Hello, YouTube. I'm back from vacation. Visited Boston. I got the bougiest room I have ever stayed in my life. Can I tell you the penthouse story? I don't even really know how to begin. I mean, we were just supposed to get like a normal room. And the entire time that we were getting ready, they were like, oh, you're in that room. I do have some dad stories to share. I don't know if I want to blow my load right at immediately start at the stream. So, yeah, you can only check in at, it's like around like 4. The entire time, like, you're going to love the room. It's going to be great. You can't wait to be there. They finally give us the room number. We go into the normal elevator to go up, and it doesn't go high enough. You have to go to the very top of that elevator, get off, and then there's another special elevator that goes to the floor where I was on. There was only 2 rooms on that floor that were both taking up half the building. And you go into the room, and the first thing you see is the balcony just facing the entire Boston Harbor. I mean, you have a full, unfiltered view of the entire waterfront. You could see the entire of the North End. You could see the airport. You could see the bridge. You could see Long Wharf. You see everything.
Bosch, boarding school, Eton, Boris Johnson, wanker.
There are stairs that go up to like a kitchen area with like a dining table. It wasn't a very big dining table, but it was a table. There's stairs that go up to a living room area. There's 2 armchairs and a sofa and like a table with the map in it. Stairs that go back down to an area with a separate bathroom and the bedroom. And then, you go out on the balcony. There's a sign. It says, be careful. There are peregrine falcon that nest on this building. If you leave the door open, they will fly in. As your sky hello. And it was nice. It was nice to go out there and just look at things. I sat out there pretty regularly. Tell me I was wearing a dad outfit. I had a polo shirt and I had khaki shorts. I look gorgeous today. Thank you. I did exercise today. It was a short vacation. It was only like 2 days, but that was enough. I just wanted to see a little bit of Boston. I saw my mom. $100 polo shirt. I mean, it was Ralph Lauren. For me, driving to Boston is really not bad. It's only like 2 hours. Like, I don't hate New York, but like, they're not even really the same distance. If I were a bird, they would be the same distance. But it takes me 2 hours and I could be in the heart of Boston. It's like 4 hours to get to Manhattan. Maybe, I mean, it's probably like an hour to New Haven. Probably less than an hour. And then I forget how long it is from New Haven to Grand Central. That's got to be at least an hour. So I don't know, maybe 2 hours if you go that way. But if you drive, forget about it. And that's the hard part, like depending on how many people are going. Elitius, thank you. I was very much enjoying the back and forth in the subsection of the Discord talking about my stay. There's one particular exchange that I'm going to see if I could clip and put here. It tickled me. Chaos is the one that spoke it for everyone. Does this play identical to 3DS mobile versions? I would not buy it for anything that's new other than the additional DLC. Am I in the top of the tower of this penthouse? Yep. I was. Let me see if I could get, if I could zoom in on this picture. Well, I mean, I'm glad Chaos was able to do that little bit of deduction. I mean, I gave you guys all the clues, but he actually pulled it all together. So this tower here, if you see those birds, I was on the opposite side of this tower. Real CK, thank you. So, as far as I can tell, there was only two ways to access it. I only had the one balcony. Maybe the other Eagle Suite has more balcony space. But I had the space that was facing the water. Found a place that could make a proper smash burger. It was one of the best burgers I had. You can make a smash burger at home. Robert alone. I went out into the balcony a couple times in my underwear, Rundy. Oh, Morn. Sorry, you guys are both right next to each other. I was in my underwear. I didn't go out completely naked. But you would have been able to see me. Why not? I mean, I don't want to risk there being a camera catching my micro. But the people that were on the other side of what were called the Eagle Suites had their Do Not Disturb sign up the entire time. So they were partying or something, and just as we were checking out, an ambulance rolled up. So maybe the party was finally over. Could have been, I mean, look, if you're drinking that much or doing that much drugs, you gotta be fucking the whole time. I don't really know why. I mean, why else do you leave your Do Not Disturb sign up the whole time? Dude, as I was leaving, there were people like, how do we get those rooms? I don't know. All I can say is, we only stayed for 2 nights. It must have been a very narrow window where the room was available for those 2 nights, and they just put us in there. Cost? I don't know the exact cost. My belief is it was probably only about $200 to $250 a night. I don't think it was more than $200 a night. Spatula's too flimsy, or pans are too small to get it as thin as I would like? I mean, a cast iron pan and a good spatula will run you under $20. Is this the remastered one? This is the remastered version, May Springer. I'm so lucky? I'll never deny it. You only spend $69 per night for yourself in Boston? In a hotel? That's lucky. Most hotels in the Boston proper are about 200. On the outskirts, it's about 100. Great Dane in Wisconsin? I'm thinking that's probably cheaper than Boston. Been playing the remastered Platinum on PS5. Yeah, I mean, we're on PC now. I played this when it came out. We were sponsored to play it, so don't believe any of my opinions about the game. But, we wanted to finish up Elden Ring. Yeah, so it was a fun little trip. We went to Fogo de Chao yesterday. That was okay. It kind of gave everyone a stomachache except for me. It was too much meat. I do like the game anyways. Like I said, I do enjoy this game more than I like Stories 2. Not that Stories 2 is a bad game. I just like this one better. Billy is incoming, yeah. Did I finish the Elden Ring DLC? I did! The very last stream I did, we finished it. I was hoping to finish it so I could leave with having those VODs completed for people. No spoilers, but I decided to finally just put armor on, and I just, like, cleared it almost immediately. You can gather on the monster. Alright, let's get on it. It does look pretty good. I don't know if I'm running it at 4K or what. It's running very well, though. I've got V-Rising going on in the background. I'm very close to finishing V-Rising. Armor's a needed stat in this game. I mean, it's been a while, man. I don't even know. I think it just looks so clean. Like, I like the art style for Wilds, but I would really like to see a Monster Hunter in this style. Like, if they're not going to have blood, SMT3 stream after stories, I don't know. I wasn't even sure if I was going to stream this game today, but I'm like, oh, it's probably okay. I feel like everybody can kind of vibe with stories. I don't think it's going to be stream narcolepsy. Because, like, people will go like, oh, that's my Monstie. Your guy looks like Krillin. I get that a lot. My headspace right now, honestly, I'm not saying this is like a stream vacation for me, but I feel like, considering we might get fucking buried under a Wilds demo in almost a month, and even if not, then, like, whenever Wilds comes out, like, we're gonna be in prison, guys, for months. So we may as well enjoy some variety while we can. Like, that's not going to be like revenue maxing or whatever. It's not going to be view maxing, but I don't care. Always in 2x and 3x in farming. Yeah, I might leave this on 2x and drop down to 3x for bosses. Or 1x. Games hitting summer? Gamescom, we might get a demo, but we don't know that for sure. Years? I don't know. You know, I mean, until the second title update comes out, it's probably going to be nothing but Wilds. Oh, Frostbite looks like it sucks. We'll see. I mean, I don't know if we'll ever be able to make the turn from, like, full-time Monster Hunter butt slave to being able to more regular variety. But it would be nice someday. He's already cold. Still 90% left in the maid outfit's power. No, we need... I'm getting in shape for the maid outfit, Unlucky. I really am. Hot mist. Does that actually turn off the cold? You're not cold anymore, right? Send you the maid outfit, you'll wear it for me? I mean, I don't want to wear the maid outfit after someone else has worn it. No, Hobbs, they're going to show literally every monster except for the final monster in the trailers. That's just the way they do it now. Do I respect the SD Shepherd Union? There's only one representative I listen to, and I don't want to hurt your feelings, but it's pretty much just Albino Donkey. Only because I know he's like, he represents the working class American. You know, I appreciate that you're working class in the UK, but like you just live a fundamentally different experience than he has. I'm sorry, that's the way it is. You get your mandatory tea time in the middle of the day. What do you represent? You definitely represent the working class American. Skilled laborer, working class American?
You posh boarding school eating Boris Johnson wanker!
Which is, I think, a pretty good place to be. I wish everyone could be in the skilled laborer class. No Dragon Ball stream? So, Gwen Shana, like, I hate to say it, but even, like, one day after Breakers came out, with the new season, it was dead, dude. Like, it had died. You know, I heard they added some more content to Kakarot, and granted, I have a bunch of DLC I purchased for Kakarot, so maybe we'll play that soon, but it's in a bad way.
Oh no, look!
You wish when they showed the whole roster, that's what they do.
No, she's Monster Chow! pendant. It's a kinship stone. She's a writer, too.
I mean, in a way, it does feel like they spoil on their own terms. Man, those eyes look so good.
Ah, it's gonna eat us instead!
Have I
I never doubted ya!
have I been an anus carrier yet? Brother, I carry everything with my anus. Is that what you want to ask?
Oh no, she's hurt!
No, you guys always call me weak anus.
I think there are some cabins nearby. Let's take her there.
Am I like the Sisyphus of anal strength? Rolling that boulder up with my butt cheeks? Yeah, I mean, I don't blame you for trying to go in blind walking on the sun. I mean, it is dangerous. This channel is relatively safe. But, you know, the problem is if you're on YouTube and you watch anything related to the game that you like the recommended is going to mess you over. I did get asked by a speedrun channel on Twitch, like, their channel just streams nonstop speedruns, if they could show my speedruns. I said, sure, I guess. Not GDQ? Why GDQ? Do they usually play reruns? I've never done a run at GDQ. Should have asked for money? I don't really care. Cool? I don't think it's that cool. I think they're just showing it. But it was nice, I guess. You care for me? Brother, I just spent several days at probably one of the most expensive rooms in the metropolitan area of Boston. You don't need to worry about me, man. One of my friends says he's been nomading around. And I'm like, oh, I didn't know that. I said, if you want, you could stay in one of my 3 spare bedrooms. It's fine. Should we ride this thing? I'm just grateful for what I have.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money. Bill.
Just happy to have all of the opportunities and existence that I have. You know, when I was in Boston, Morn, on our way back from Fogo de Chao, we passed a street performer. And this is probably one of the saddest things ever. So when I think about what I do for a living, I more or less, I consider myself an entertainer. And I've told my mom before, it's like, you entertain because you love to entertain people. And if you're talented enough, the universe will take care of you. Well, this guy comes out to the sidewalk with like this little speaker, and he's got like this little cardboard display of like his Venmo, his PayPal, his Cash App. And he's just on this microphone, just constantly going like, show's about to start, guys. There's nothing else to do. Just stand on the sidewalk and stare at me. I'm gonna do a show. It's starting real soon, but I don't want to start till everyone's looking at me. Somebody look at me. There's nothing else to do. It's real boring. Mind you, it's like the 4th of July. Like, there's a lot to do. But it's like, if you're genuinely entertaining and you're pulling some mind-boggling acrobatic shit in the middle of the sidewalk, people will just stop and watch you. You don't need to wait for the audience. Just, can I start streams like that? I'm gonna play the game. I just gotta wait for there to be enough people. I mean, you say that, Fire Cannon, but I've heard of streamers that will like literally shut their stream off after like, is it like 30 minutes or an hour if they don't get like $50 donated? Like they just shut it off. They're like, they need the money in or they're done. They're like, sorry, we didn't hit that pay threshold.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money. My bills.
And like, you know, maybe that works for them. Maybe they make more money than I do. I mean, I really don't know. All I know is when I entered the clown business, I said to myself, if I've got to like do those regular grovel streams, then I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm going to go, I'm going to do something else. Keep streaming, please. I will. I enjoy doing it. Fudge, thank you.
Fudge_T just resubscribed for 29 months. Shed week.
Oh, hey, they got your gallbladder up. Fire Cannon, thank you. Increase the stream timer. This was not a story of saying, I need you to donate. This is a stream saying, I entertain, and I just assume the universe will take care of me. And let me tell you, it does. It does take care of me. That's how fate works, man. For me, that's how it works. That's how it works. I do not need you to donate. I thought she was sleeping. Oh, she is sleeping. Write your names on your body. I should do a collab with Michael W. No. He's a hack and a fraud. I mean, I have regularly said, and this is pushing it. This is really pushing it, that you have to have a baseline respect for most content creators because, you know, they're at least putting something out there so I can eat. Thank you. They're at least putting an effort out there. But man, his takes are so shit, I'm starting to change my mind. It's hard. I had the chance to stop him. I don't think he would stop. If anything, you know, you'd be amplifying the garbage.
Huh? What? Look out, buddy!
Is it a story fight fighting two Zamites? Oh yeah, you never know about that gallbladder, Pro Cow. That thing could be tricky. And I wouldn't be surprised if it was causing you issues. I'm glad they got it out though. Yeah, but overall, I just, you know, I mean, this is not my first time being to Boston. I lived in Boston for a year. I was insanely poor then. At one point, I was so poor, I just slept on the floor of Jen's dorm room because I couldn't really afford rent anymore. She was in grad school. I'm like, yo, is it cool if I just sleep on your floor? And she's like, it's fine.
Those Zamites just don't give up, do they?
Those were good times. She would go to the cafeteria and take food to go and feed me like a pet. Come up to Lynn? Where's Lynn? Why not in her bed? It was a twin bed. And I sleep in a king bed with her right now, and that's still sometimes not enough room. Once we're doing Salem over here. I've been to Salem before. I like Salem. Yeah, I mean, I'm not one of those super, I don't know if you even call it romantic. I'm not one of those people that's like, you got to stay in the same bed all the time forever or your relationship's going to collapse. Like, if one of you is like hot or tired or sick or need to spread out, like, you know, you're still in a committed relationship. You could sleep somewhere else. Am I the problem or is she? I can't win. Either I say I'm the problem and make fun of me, or I throw her under the bus and I say she's the problem. What if we're both the problem? Why does it have to be either one? Can I spread you? Spread Rundy. I mean, sometimes she has a tendency to spread out. Sometimes I snore a little bit, you know? I mean, I don't always snore and she doesn't always spread out, but sometimes, you know, it happens. I mean, you're sleeping. You can't help it. It's not like I go to sleep and I'm like, you know, like, it just happens. If I'm sick or I'm really tired, that's usually when I snore. You're a bed hogger? Well, there you go. So I wouldn't share a twin bed with you in a tiny Boston room. I would rather sleep on the floor. In elementary school, Morn, I had a very good friend, and his parents divorced, and the reason that was given was because the dad farted in bed too much. Now, I'm pretty sure it's just because the guy was like an alcoholic, but the story that was given to us kids was that he was farting too much.
And I thought the wintertide tunnel was cold.
Is that a kinship stone? So you're a writer too. That explains why Frostfang trusted you.
Frosty,
I don't know what happened to that guy.
Oh, you mean that Barrioth?
I shit
Name's
other people's
Frostfang, okay?
beds.
He's also my
There
best
was
friend.
no cost. Did you know when I was leaving the penthouse, Dean?
I'm Avinia.
The housekeeping saw me, and the lady smiled, and she just said my room number. Like she was instructed to know my face and what room I was staying in.
Well, I'd better get going.
Which I've never had that happen
Hey, slow
before.
down. You're still hurt.
How much did I tip? I
Take it
tipped
easy for a while.
the bartender $5, and I
Alright,
tipped
I'm
the
looking for
valet
somebody right now.
$5. I did not tip
I need to find a way
housekeeping
through.
because I was only
Knows
there
about
for
the
one
right of
night,
channel.
and I didn't make a mess.
What a coincidence. We're looking for him too. Small world.
I'm sorry, I don't normally tip housekeeping. Am I the asshole? Yes, probably.
He won't teach you about channeling unless you prove yourself as a writer. Not that that'll be a problem for my possum paw pads and my buddy here. Just one
Cheapskate.
word and our monsters will do
Like you
anything
guys leave money for housekeeping.
No matter how bumpy the road, it's smooth riding as long as we're together.
We hung up our towels and they replaced them. That
Oh,
freaks
you're
me out.
monsters. And you order them around? I get the feeling being a writer means a different thing to you than it does to me.
We literally left zero mess, and I'll have you know,
I'm
when we
furious.
checked in, there was random food
Just
left in the
kidding.
refrigerator.
I think you've got the wrong idea about us, Frosty. We don't really give them orders.
You leave
We're
money to this
so
housekeeping
sick.
every month.
We just know how to help.
Yeah, tipping's so bad, Buster, man.
Would you be willing
I
to
just
do
try to put
something
myself
for
in
yourself?
situations where I don't have to tip.
There's a place on this mountain only riders.
If I
can
use a
visit.
service, I tip really well. Like I tip 20%.
Bring me the
Obviously,
mountain
like at
herbs that
restaurants
grow
and
there.
everything, I tip 20%.
Then we'll
But
talk.
I try not to
Accepted.
demand other
Turn
people's
back
services.
now. We'll show you what we're made of.
That's it, more than like, you know, unless I'm staying for like a week or longer and like I want like the sheets changed, like you just leave me alone. Yeah, maybe I'll need more towels at some point. A change of towel, but I really do not need daily room service, like at all. I didn't even think about leaving the do not disturb sign up. But honestly, I should have. That does make some sense. Yeah, give me some of that hot mist, baby. Oh, it looks like I got plenty. Never mind. Yeah, I just don't know what to say about the tipping culture, Buster. I guess what's weird to me isn't that we tip in the United States. It's like everything has gotten more expensive. So why have the percentages of tipping and places where you tip gone up? Do you know what I mean? Like I understand tipping your 15%, maybe a little bit more if things are really good at a restaurant. But like, apparently like 15% you're a cheapskate, even 20% you might be a cheapskate. I just wish people got paid a normal salary and that was it. 20% was high rolling? I don't know. Maybe I'm out of place. I don't tip at fast food, Buster. I don't know. Again, I don't know if that makes me a bad person or not, but especially like if you're taking the food, if they just are handing you the food, like what is the purpose of the tip? I would argue most places default to 18% on the screen. And like you got to put in a custom you got to put in a custom tip of 15% if you want to go below that. I read one guy on the internet gives 10%. But you know what? Like 10% on a $100 check is still $10. And if you've got two tables you're bussing, which I hope to God you are, because like, what else are you doing? Right? Shouldn't you easily be able to manage that? Did I heal myself? Well, that's not good. That's what I imagine. If you were a waiter in the United States, you usually have two tables. Tables are probably averaging $100 an hour each. You know, it's probably at least $30 an hour at 15%. I'm gonna go with them just in case. Uh-oh. No, I mean, you know, the standard tip, I think, has always been 15%. But because it's the standard, you know, if you're on a date or if somebody's, like, creeping on you, they might think you're cheap if you just do, like, the standard. I think he just keeps going back and forth between power and technical. Stories 1 AI? I like the Stories 1 AI. Whatever we're gonna fight is gonna die. Honestly, if your service was really bad in the United States, it's not necessarily a law. You know, it's not like you're gonna go to jail if you tip 0. Think about all the people that watch this channel with ad block on and don't subscribe. They're not going to jail. It's no big deal. It's fine. I don't even give them a hard time. I don't care. If they're watching and they're happy, that's good. It keeps the channel alive. It's the same thing at a restaurant. Even if you don't get tipped, by you going there and eating, the restaurant will be able to survive. Well, if you have a group, usually they automatically add the gratuity, probably for that exact reason. Even if it's bad service, they'll do that. You walked out of an Applebee's because they took 20 minutes to come to your table. Are you bougie? It was near Brookline in Boston. This is around 2007. Maybe 2008. I wanted to try the Uno's deep dish pizza because I'd never had it before. And I know we were not in Chicago, we were in Boston. And so that was all I ordered. Otherwise, we just had 2 waters. It was just me and Jen. It took like 30 to 40 minutes for it to come out. And it just tasted really bad, like it was microwaved. And the waiter was like, how is it? I say, well, it's kind of bad. It tastes like it was microwaved. He said, yeah. He's like, yeah. He said, you don't have to pay for that. I'm like, what do you mean? He said, yeah, you don't have to pay. I'm like, well, I didn't get anything else. Like, do I just leave? He said, yeah. Yeah, he said, you just go. So I just left. I ate a bad pizza and I just left. For the record, I would have gladly paid the money for a good pizza and tipped on it. But instead, that afternoon was taken up with eating a bad pizza. It was evening. But he gave the money to the waiter instead. Well, I think it was his problem. I think he was busy. He got distracted. He was chatting with something else. And I just don't get it. Like, if it's your job to be a waiter, like it's your job. Like, I get talking in between courses, but like, if you're just fucking off like in the back for like 40 minutes, what's going on? Like, why are you in this profession? Like, and I get it. Like if somebody forced you in there, like, do I want that? That's herbivore, right? Is that the herbivore pattern? I think it is. Oh, this one's bad. All right, we're gonna get that one. I think that's a Kezu. I kind of want to do something screwed up, like turn Kezu into like a water monster. So yeah, I don't get it. So this is all sort of connecting back to the one guy that was just on the sidewalk in Boston begging for people to show up before he started the show. Just start the show, man. Like, why are you sandbagging? I don't get it. No, I didn't watch the show. You know, I had half a mind to go up to him and be like, hey, buddy, have you tried maybe just doing your tricks and then a crowd will form naturally? Like, why are you begging? Like, why are you begging for people to watch you? Because I heard him. It was like for like 15 minutes. He was like, I'm going to start the show soon. I'm going to do something real cool pretty soon. 15 minutes. I'm going to do some cool acrobatics. So just do it already. What are you waiting for? That, to me, that's not somebody who's an entertainer because they want to entertain. That's just like pro level begging. Which, I mean, I guess it is what it is, you know. He probably has no tricks. It's just his whole show is just several hours of him begging for people for him to get started. R1 cream? Yeah, I think I figured it out. Yeah, that's nice. I mean, that's fine, you know. I mean, I'm not. You got to try and make ends meet. I just don't know. Things have been getting tougher more and more all over the country. There's some sort of like organized group. I don't even know if I can call it organized crime. But there's definitely some sort of organization that is getting people out with like cardboard signs that all say the exact same thing, asking for money. At least it feels that way. I don't know if it's true or not. Darkman going to Boston on holiday? It's one of the better cities you can go to, yeah. It's a little expensive, but it's not anywhere as bad as like New York or something. City tier list. Seattle was one of my favorite cities, but when I went, there was a very large homeless population. Now, I never felt like I was in any sort of danger. but it was a little tough. But that's up at the top. Boston, just below that. Man, I mean, you know, was it San Francisco or San Diego we're in? I think we were in San Francisco. It was nice, but that was just way too expensive. But maybe that's like around there. Go down several steps, and I would put New York City. If you were incredibly wealthy, New York City might be higher on the list. Well, I thought they were asking about American cities only. You could take nearly any of the foreign cities I've been to, and they will beat any United States city. So, I mean, that's not even like a competition. Do I have a big exam yet? I just got to the ice area. You know, I mean, I like Seattle because the public transportation was so good, and getting into and out of the city is very nice. They make it very easy. So, if you go to the town where my villa is, Noxella, the streets are actually very clean. But if you go to a lot of the other towns, they are very dirty. There's just a major garbage issue. Like, there's a major trash issue throughout the majority of Italy. So you got to be very careful what town you go to. You know, if you go to, where is it? Is it Palermo? If you go to one of the good cities, it's okay. But you just got to be careful what city you're going to, because otherwise it's just gonna be trash all over the ground. Japan was amazing. You know, if you don't fit the stock example of a human citizen, like a human stereotype of normalcy, they might look at you funny, but they'll never treat you badly, if that makes sense. I feel like in that regard, Thailand seemed like it was a little bit more chill. It probably is. Is London filled with trash? I would hate it. If there's one thing that's nice about the majority of the United States, is it is very clean. Like, our trash service, it does run really well in this country. Like, I gotta give it credit. Like, I know some of the cities are bad, but most areas I've been to in the US, like, your trash will get picked up. And it won't be a problem. London is filled up with werewolves? Well, that's okay. Paris is a trash problem as well. I just don't get it. Like, I don't know. You guys call me a fascist, but like, if I were a mayor in one of those cities, like, I would allow normal citizens to get fined heavily for littering. It's like, fuck you, use the trash can. Like, if we didn't have trash cans, it'd be one thing, but make sure there's trash cans and just use them. It's unhygienic. It causes disease. It gets rats out there, and not the good kind of rats, like the rats that'll like bite your toes. And it just makes the city ugly for people, you know? We are the rats. Citizens have to get involved? No, I mean, like, fucking, you know, get their ass. Now, if it's one of those areas, and this is what it was like in Italy, like the trash cans are just full. And like the trash is overflowing from the trash can. Like, like, what are you supposed to do then? You know? it's hard in Japan. They don't have a lot of trash cans. You got to carry your trash forever. But people do it. She's awake.
This mountain isn't exactly friendly. I didn't think you could stick it out. I
Wasn't-
guess you're a little stronger than I gave you credit.
Yo, isn't she the one that passed out?
As riders, it's our duty to understand.
Yo, why is she calling us like a little baby? You're the one that was passed out in the cave.
Our monster's power?
Yes. The truth is, it took me a pretty long time to figure that out.
I don't understand the benefit of littering.
But Frostfang
Like,
didn't obey me.
I guarantee you, everyone that litters, their car is filled with shit anyways. You know what I mean? Your car may as well just be filled with shit.
Frostfang
Just throw
wanted
more of
to
it
go
on the
his own
ground.
way, in his own time.
And then if you're just walking around, like, what do? Just drink your thing and just, like, drop it? Like, is that what happens?
Finally allowed me to ride him. I should have been taking the time to get to know him from the start.
Whoa! So you were able
I want to know where the
draw
psychology
out
comes
his
from.
True power, huh?
Exactly.
That's good advice. Frostfang seems happy too.
Throw it out at the gas station. You could throw it out at the McDonald's. They've got all sorts of trash cans.
We'll cook some for you too, Avinia.
Use your own trash can when you get home?
I'm not really hungry.
Is throwing half-eaten apples to the woods littering? No, that's fine.
Yeah, you were saying?
You can throw apples out. They'll compost. A little creature will eat that.
Who are you, Pops?
Now, these hot spring dumplings are a delectable treat.
This guy looks pretty creepy.
Never mind.
This seems like the sort of guy who's gonna make you get in the spring with him to learn how to channel.
Wait, do you live in this cabin? I guess we're the ones who barged in then.
But not really any litter in Boston.
You young
I'm telling you, it was real nice the last when I went. I mean, things are a little bit more expensive than I remember, but it's not as bad as you'd think.
I'll allow you to continue staying here. How's that?
Huh? A riddle? Okay, sure. We ain't afraid of no brain teasers, right, buddy?
Now, my ears are pointy. My belly.
Wait, are you just describing yourself?
That's right. The answer is me. Genius.
I don't get it.
Now, I am but a humble.
What twins are you talking
who
about?
lives in a cabin and delights others with
Rise twins?
We're sorry for intruding. We'd be willing to pay to stay here a while.
Nonsense, my dear. I'll not hear of it.
Awesome!
Now, you two pay. 1 billion.
What is this guy's like problem?
tonight.
1 billion hot spring dumplings?
Why only us? Fine.
Because fuck you, that's why, Navi.
Vita Fatalis. Hot spring dumplings. They come from hot springs, right?
There's a nasty monster prowling about the dark.
He's okay, I just think it's kind of a dick thing for him to say.
Now, if it keeps on rampaging, soon.
Why does he say it like Futalis? Oh, you know why.
That's our cue, buddy. Stopping rampaging monsters is right up our alley.
Pick up some steamed moss while you're there. Good for healing, you know. Genius.
So, it's the perfect opportunity to get some dumplings and help Lavinia out too. Let's make tracks for the Darge rock baths.
Okay.
Pretty nice fireworks in Boston. I didn't really get to see the main show, but you know, there were so many communities that were setting them off themselves. I was able to see those pretty nice. The main show was just late. I mean, not like really late, but it started at like 10:30 p.m. That's kind of late, right? My travel party was asleep. Well, we got the red one. You You know, I almost feel like normal Kezu is better than red Kezu. Him being weak to water is a little bit harder when he's using thunder. You name him Willie? I usually name him Billy. Am I not allowed? Oh, is the last spot reserved for Ratha or whatever? Probably. My goal is not to use Ratha unless I'm absolutely required to. Ruin, hello, good evening. All the homies hate Ratha? I mean, when you first play the game, you don't get it. But then by the end, you're like, wow, he carried me like I was a little baby. How's it going today? It's going okay. We had a little vacation. I went away for a couple days. It was nice. It was okay. Got a little relaxation in. Got to stay in an incredibly bougie area for pretty much no reason. I'm still staying in one? Beer included? Oh, you know, speaking of, there was a nightly free cocktail hour where I stayed. And my mom was staying there for longer, and she was worried to go down. I'm like, we should at least check it out. And so I asked the bartender, I'm like, oh, what's the special cocktail? And she said, oh, it's like a firecracker cocktail. And I'm like, how much does it cost? And she said, oh, it's complimentary. And I was like, you gotta go. Did I get drunk? I didn't have enough to get drunk. I wanted to. But my mom and Jen weren't feeling well. They ate too much meat at Fogo de Chao. I would have needed probably 2 more to get a little bit more tipsy. No, it was like, all I remember seeing going into it, Noxella, was triple sec and grenadine. So like it was like a drink for children. But it was free. So, you know, fuck it. Yo, I mean, who cares, man, right? Look, if you're not paying... I think the egg fragments all have to match, Buster. I mean, I am not a heavy drinker. I drink very rarely. But, you know, I like a glass of wine every now and then. I'll get a cocktail every now and then. No, I mean, when I do drink, it's like I have a drinking problem, Master Rice. Like, I am definitely an alcoholic. like whatever that means to you, I am that guy. At least I know. You know, there's a lot of people they don't know. No, you guys didn't cause it. You didn't have anything to do about it. Oh, so earlier, Rundy, are you still here? Rundy was asking about questions if I got any more information about my father. And I did, but I'm not going to share it unless Rundy's here. Because I want him to be around for when I explain it, what the details I got were. But I got a little bit more. You know, every time I see my mom or talk to her, I try to get a little bit more information. Oh, damn, he's dead. You dead forever? Oh, you get up? Okay. You will not believe his early years. Kind of fucked up. But I found out he did have a military record, and I also found out what sort of work he was doing when he got out of the military. But like I said, I won't tell it unless Rundy's here. So you gotta try and get him into the stream. I'm not clickbaiting. It's only because he asked earlier, and I don't want to take it away from him. Was he doing technical hits? He's probably gonna do power. Fuck! Now he's gonna do power. All right, now I'm gonna hit him with the special. Probably could have done power there. I mean, it seems like he goes back and forth. You're in the military in Finland? My wife is visiting Finland this summer. She's visiting her friends in Helsinki. She has friends from grad school, and they usually see each other once a year. I thought I was going to be too sick to go, Noxella. I mean, even as it is, I'm still a sick little guy. And the internet there wasn't that good. So now she's going on her own.
Frostfang will keep worrying if you don't get better soon, you know.
I'm still not 100%. Like, I don't know if I want to go abroad just yet. I want another 6 months to get better.
You're a fellow writer, ain't ya? We're all
Internet shaming your friends? I actually did shame them a little bit. My wife's friend's husband, his name is Laurie. And I'm like, Laurie, like, you've got fiber optic going to your house. How come your internet's so slow? I was giving him a bit of a rough time. I was like, what the fuck, Laurie? You've got it available. I would do anything. I would do evil things to get fiber optic to my house. And he just has it, he doesn't use it.
Hey, don't get shy now. We'll give you some privacy.
But honestly, I gotta say a lot of nice things about Laurie. He's genuinely one of the best people I've ever met in my life. He's just a good person. One of the best. You know, you meet one of those people like, wow, that's a good guy.
What was that?
That's Laurie, man.
It's nothing, okay? I'm gonna get going now.
He's good at his job. He's good at taking care of his kids. He's good at cooking, better than Abdul. They're cut from the same cloth.
Hey.
Those aren't the sort of people you measure against. Those are the sort of people you use to measure other people against.
That's not it. Someone's already there.
But he would say the same thing. He would say he loves you unconditionally. That is the dental hygiene guy. His hobby is improving the dental hygiene of Finland. Like it's his hobby. His hobby is trying to get more Finnish people to brush their teeth more often. Fuck, man. Like, he wants to turn, that's right, Unlucky. He wants to turn Finland into the next Brazil. Do you think Brazil has some of the best dental hygiene in the world, Unlucky? It's got to be up there, right? You are? Ron, you want to hear a story about a Brazilian in the stream once? One time I was doing like a really, really long like Monster Hunter Rise stream. It was like maybe 12 hours, maybe longer. And like 8 hours in, like I was like eating like a little snack just like so I wasn't starving to death on stream. And someone in chat was like, ew, gross. And I'm like, what? They're like, you just ate something and you didn't brush your teeth. I'm like, I'm going to, I'm like, before I go to bed, like, I'll floss. Well, I won't floss probably at night, but I will brush. And I always, like, whenever I take a shower, I floss. I floss once a day. I brush my teeth 3 times a day, and I floss once. It was like, you fucking gross animal! You didn't brush your teeth right away? I mean, if it's hot out, like, I'll shower twice a day. Like I'm not, like, filthy. It wasn't like I was, like, sucking on a lollipop. Like, I wasn't deep-throating, like, a lollipop on stream. I was just, like, eating a little sandwich or something.
Yes.
That's okay. I would still go to Brazil. Even with that sort of treatment, I would consider it. Abdul's here. Fuck yeah! We were just talking about you, Abdul. I was talking about a good guy I knew, Abdul. And they said, well, is that guy as good as Abdul? And I said, you know, you don't compare people like Abdul to other people. You compare other people to Abdul. He is the measuring stick from which you measure all other people. And the measurement is would my friend, the friend I'm talking about is Larry, would he say he loved you unconditionally? He would. He would. Just like you would. There's not a lot of people like that out there. I don't think I'm that good. I wish I was. I don't think I am. I don't think I can love unconditionally. Oh, maybe I'll get there someday. Maybe with your example and Laurie's example, I will. You definitely love everyone. I know. I believe you. I believe you 100%. I remember there being like a Kezu cave. Your microwave pasta is done? What type of pasta is it? Cutting pasta sticks from the middle is a crime in Italy. I mean, I married an Italian. I have a villa in Italy that I visit sometimes, and I'll tell you, if you could fuck with an Italian person, you should, because it's kind of funny. Because, look, I'll tell you, you give them an inch, and they'll fuck with you, too. So, you got to give it right on back to them. Pineapple doesn't belong in pizza in Italy? See, now I know you've never been to Italy. Sit on the white couch, then. I'm not looking to start any fights in my own house. People don't like, all right, if you're some New Jersey guy, some Long Island Italian, little spiked frosted tip hair, little fucking gold wearing little guy, I don't want to hear it. All right, I'm married to the real deal. All right? They go all the way back. They're 100% Sicilian. And they put all sorts of weird shit on their pizza. They don't care. You little babies out here. Oh, you put more than pepperoni on the pizza. Oh, it's only meatballs. It's the most fucked up. I mean, they'll put any combination of ingredients on your pizza out in Sicily. You know why? Here's what you don't know, because you're like stuck at home. You're only chatting on Twitch. You've never left your house before. It's because all the goddamn pizzas in Sicily and Italy, they're all exactly the same. Like, exactly the same. They're good. Like, it's a good pizza. But, like, you may as well be eating, like, you've entered the realm of McDonald's where, like, every single burger tastes exactly the same. Every pizza is exactly the same. The only thing that changes is what they put on top of it. Oh, no, I'll eat the exact same fucking, like, cardboard every single time. I'm not saying it's cardboard. Like, it's good. And yeah, every time you ask for it, oh, it's only traditional. All right, well, can I have the mozzarella di bufala? Oh, no, the bufala. Oh, no, I'm sorry, we're out. Well, fuck you. Why don't you try something new with the dough for once?
I remember now.
You feeling better after your bath?
Uh-huh. Getting
I don't know why am I getting so worked
water
up.
was wonderful.
I'm so
It
pissed
cleared
off.
my head.
It's good pizza. It's just like, it's all the same.
Inside the tunnel.
It's like different charcoal.
During the battle, I got hit by an electrical attack.
It's got to be like, it's like a scientific creation, Abdul. It's like, if you want to make a pizza in Italy, you got to make it like with the way they make the Coke in the United States. Like, you got to follow the formula.
What do we do, buddy?
Dude,
Let's head back to the cabin.
Morn, I go wading in. I'm fucking balls deep in boiling water every holiday. I stare at my Italian in-laws in the face And I say the pizza here is better than the pizza in Sicily. And they're like, no, no, no. And yet they can't give me like one reason why that is. Well, it's better because it's from there. It's a good pizza. It is easily a good pizza. They're annoyed because I killed their goat. They're fixing that up. That little, the old man died, but this summer they're fixing up the farm where the goat was. I don't know why. I don't know who's gonna stay there. No, I really, look, genuinely, Skelly Jelly, I think the Italian-American food, well, hold up. Italian-American pizza is better than Italian pizza. Everything else, we're cooked. It's such good pizza, a teenager in New Haven takeout could make a better one? They don't have the teenagers making the pizza, and if they do, they got to be good at it. Look, what would you know? God only knows what the pizza looks like out in London. It's probably soaked in malt vinegar. Ah, sorry, Governor, I spilt my tea on it. Well, that's fine. Mushy peas on it.
Why are you going to Gildigarin anyway?
When I had the opportunity to come to Brazil, I was literally at a Brazilian barbecue yesterday.
In other words, you're going to the hunter town to broaden your horizons?
I've been told to come to Brazil, but then I've also been told, do not come to Brazil, you will get robbed. And so, like, what's the answer?
People there are going to be friendly toward riders?
I was told a story about a woman who got robbed both leaving the airport and then going back to the airport. She got robbed twice in 1 week.
We can befriend monsters easy enough, but others
Just don't go to Rio de Janeiro. I would only go wherever Unlucky is. That's the only area I would go. And then I would organize Monster Hunter Freedom Unite / Dragon Ball Z / maybe fighting game tournament. And then that would be it. Carry a fake phone with you.
I really don't get how you can be so optimistic. Anyway, before Gildigarin, we need to do something about that.
There was, if I didn't hate Facebook so much, Ruan, there was a period of time I was thinking of actually spending money on Facebook advertising to advertise to Brazilians on Facebook about my content. I love the Brazilian people. They're great. Everyone in South America, your tier is all the way at the top. Dean, you're not wrong. I would have a shroud. I would have a cape with like Kakara on the back.
He looks so disappointed. Maybe you were a little too hard on
I'm not
him.
really paying any attention to the story, but I'm assuming you guys are watching it.
Okay,
The
Pop,
same
let's hear
mantle.
your riddle.
Now, riddle me this. Now, my
I'll think about it. I might want to travel at the very beginning of next year, Ron. I don't get depressed, but I do get like a little sad in January and February. It's just like so cold. It's so dark. Snowy outside. It just like sucks.
And get back to searching for our Wyverian.
I have a
So like
feeling
I
it's
might
right
go.
under
I might
our
go
noses
somewhere.
again.
I don't know. I'll look at Brazil.
Probably something simple, you know? Don't
Look for Benito Mato Grosso. Seasonal depression is normal. It's not like, it's not full on depression. It's just like a malaise. Can I travel to China and bring back the red wave? What? Is Thailand still in the works? I might go to Thailand. We were supposed to go this year, Unlucky. And I wasn't feeling well. Maybe next year, but I kind of want to know what's going to happen with Wilds. I'm assuming if Wilds comes out in March, I could probably travel in June or July. Dracoville, hello, good evening. What? Was it Onogami? Whatever. Can I upgrade my stuff yet? Can I get Kezu armor? Oh, I don't think I ever killed a Kezu. Well, we'll see. But I would like to travel. Your wife asked you today if you memorized words, if you ever learned how to read. You know, Drekaville, my understanding is that in the United States for almost 20 years, they did teach children how to pronounce words by memorizing them. Like, when I was raised, which was like, 60 years ago, we were taught to sound it out, like consonants and vowels and stuff. But for a while, they were actually teaching kids kind of like the way your wife is talking about. Like, I know it sounds strange, but it's true. Hooked on Phonics, I almost got, like, the cops called on me as a child because I kept prank calling the Hooked on Phonics phone line. Like, you little fucker, we know where you live! True story. This is honestly a true story. Oh, that looks great. That looks dope as hell. Don't wear that. I don't know if I want to get this. Yeah, maybe I will. I don't want to use Sword and Shield because, like, I remember using a lot of Sword and Shield last playthrough. That could be a lie, but I seem to remember doing that. I don't have enough money. Like the Bart Simpson type things, I guarantee you my prank calling was at least partially inspired by The Simpsons. If not entirely prompted by The Simpsons. You know what I mean? Like, it was a popular show back then. I need money. Oh, I got money. My favorite Simpsons episode? The ensemble episode that also contains steamed hams. That whole episode is just amazing. It was amazing when it came out. Like, I know, like, if you're younger now or whatever, it might seem like, oh, like, people just figured out steamed hams, like, spontaneously. No, it was genius the day it came out. Like if you were watching it, you're like, wow, this is amazing. This is so good. And even as a child, I'm like, wow, this is great. Oh, this only needs 6. How expensive? Oh, 1,900. And I'm broke. Well, we're gonna probably be like swole as hell after this. What, The Simpsons doesn't come on your channels? Find some way to get a streaming service there, ProCow. What game should you get? The Isle, Path of the Titans, or Beasts of Bermuda? I don't know any of those games. Isn't Brazil, like, one of the largest countries in the world, Ruan? Like, by landmass? I think Russia's the largest, or close to it. Russia and China are both very large. And then it's like Brazil. Am I dumb? Is that not true? That's up there. Well, I mean, I'm sure there's a wide variety of places to visit in Brazil. I've got no doubt about it. Like I said, I've got no real apprehension going to Brazil other than, like, I don't want to get fucking robbed. And that's only because people are like, you're going to get fucking robbed. That's all. And it's like, I wouldn't even be that traumatized, but like, it would suck. You know, I mean, I'm from the United States. So in terms of there being countries where, like, you're probably going to get robbed, it's pretty high up there, you know. We have the most guns per population in the world, and we use them. That's the worst part. It's not even like we have all the guns. We use them more than anyone else, proportionally speaking. I'm giving any Brazilian the excuse to rob him on site in Brazil. They'd put me up on a rope and use me like a piñata to see the money fly out of my pockets as they hit me. You just don't walk around holding your phone in Brazil. I will say in the United States, everybody has a phone, so like you can be pretty safe having your phone out in the United States. And the reality is if I'm lost, I'm gonna want to pull my phone out to look at a map. Like I would need like a little buddy. I need a little buddy escorting me around. Definitely not at night. Well, I would go inside, you know, before like 8 p.m. or whatever. Well, I would at least not walk around with anything more than just some cash and my key after 8 p.m. I wouldn't plan on it. I think what Unlucky and the other people are saying is like, don't be a fucking idiot. Like, don't walk around looking at your phone, not being aware of your surroundings in an area of town where you shouldn't do that. Which is like, you know, it's fair. You know, like I said, it's like that in a lot of areas, so. Should I have paintballed that Lagambi? He needs a Lagambi in my party, right? That was the whole thing. We'll figure it out. We'll see. I love traveling. I love eating. Brazil does seem like a great place to eat. And, you know, a good place to travel as well. So I'll definitely think about it. It's just like, I know the internet's going to be good in Thailand. So if I were to go there, like, that would be nice. Don't have to worry about that. Although I think Unlucky said he's got fiber, so maybe the internet's really good in Brazil too. It's probably better in Brazil than the United States. There's not much crime there. They're waiting on the tourists. The crimes are all just waiting for the tourists to get preyed on. That's kind of fucked up. Get him. Thailand has elephants? It does. So I've been to Japan, but you know what? The internet is not consistent there. Like if your hotel or your Airbnb doesn't have good internet, Jorge, where's my paintballs, damn it? You can get really screwed. And then like they can't give you cell phone service out there, not anything more than like a temporary SIM. So that sucks. I wonder if that counted as a death for cut through. Oh, we got to put those paintballs in our bag. Yeah, I don't like the idea of tourists getting charged different money, but at the same time, like, I get it. You know what I mean? Like, can I make paintballs? Do I need to buy them? Whenever I want to go to Australia, they've got terrible internet. There was a guy in stream for months that was like, come to Australia. And I'm like, bro, I'd love to come. Like, I'd hang out. We'd go to the Macas, but like, what's the internet like? And the guy never gave me a straight story. You know what I mean? It's like, it's wonderful. I could go anywhere in the world. It doesn't matter. I could be a little clown on the computer anywhere. But if the internet's no good, now I can't do anything. I'd be sweet to take a couple week vacation. I'm not going to get fired, but, you know, you guys would be pretty pissed off if I stopped streaming for a month, you know? You'd be like, what the fuck, Creamer? We're paying these subscriptions. Nameless one, thank you.
Someone who just resubscribed for 49 months. Shadon.
That's the challenge there. If I were doing VOD reruns, you'd be okay. That's just not good, man. You were tweaking over the last 2 days? Well, I'm actually flattered that you enjoy the content that much. Thank you. Dean was going full Joker mode in the Discord, seeing where I was staying. And he was right, by the way. He was right to feel that way. Huh? Try and tax this! We'll throw the rest of the tea in the harbor. I'm already right there. I did. I mean, my understanding is I do have relatives. An ancestor that fought in the Revolutionary War. I've had a lot of relatives that fought in various wars. Or at least served for the military. My great-grandfather did, my grandfather did, my father did. Both sides. I can't tell more until Rundy's here. I'm sorry. I'm holding out until Rundy's here because I don't want to tell it without him. He asked. But I got details, and they're shocking. They're controversial details too. That looks like a Lagambi egg. Is that a Lagambi? When I die, I'm too old to be drafted. Hold on. Let's see what the oldest age is for the draft in the United States. $35? Selective services for men age 18 to 64? What the fuck? It says normally under... Okay, I'm not going to say anything other than... This is what Google thought when I typed the question in. I'm not going to say anything. I'm just going to put the picture on screen. Hold on, my Windows is being stupid. It's probably because I've got Verizon open in the background. This is what most men are worried about. President Xi'd like to defect to your side? You know, there's like... And I'm not saying not any of it is justified, like the anti-Chinese rhetoric, but I find it uniquely ironic when you get people from the USA that get mad at China and saying they're warmongering. Like, are we not all on the same page here? Like, there's not... How many wars are there where China has soldiers on the ground? Or allegedly, some of their weapons have been used in some recent conflicts. So I don't want to say, like, their weapons are innocent. Apparently, some of their weapons maybe were used in Vietnam. But for the most part, I don't think they're really the country you got to worry about starting a war. I switch you to... Will Billy be okay? I don't know if he's okay. When am I going back to China? I would love to go back to China. Again, the issue is always like, is the internet okay? I had one of the happiest years of my life when I was in China. Easily. I count that in like the top 3 years of my life. Absolutely loved it. Loved the food, loved the people, loved the quality of life. You know, when I worked as a teacher, I had... All right. Like, you guys wanted to like eat me before. Let me be clear. When I was working in China, I was only making like $500 a month. Okay? So just keep that in mind. However, I taught, it was like between 12 and 14 academic hours a week. An academic hour is 50 minutes. And we were guaranteed a lunch and a nap in the middle of the day. And yet, and like people are like, oh, China's evil. The nap wasn't in the contract, it was built into the day. You would go into the teacher's room and they would have all these like little like fully reclining chairs with like little pillows and blankets, and everyone would just go in and nap. It was just understood. Like, it wasn't like, oh, you get a nap. It's like, yeah, of course we nap. "996 work culture is scary." I'm not saying like every person in China has a great standard of living and gets to work like that. I'm just saying, as a paid English-speaking monkey, I had a very good way of life. It was a very high standard of life. I had nothing but time to sleep, to read, to watch movies, to watch anime, to socialize. Anything I wanted, nothing but time. And I really felt that way. I felt like I had nothing but time to just enjoy myself. You know, it was just after graduating my undergraduate, you know, I'm not saying like 4 years in college is the hardest thing you'll ever do, but I mean, it can be a stressful time, you know? So it was nice having that year. It was definitely nice having that year. And I checked just the other day, just out of curiosity, you know, if you've got the right qualifications, you know, you can get paid $50,000 a year in China. Now, I don't know what inflation is like in China. But that's like 363,000 yuan. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money, man. I mean, I was able to buy meals for like 10 yuan. Are those zoos real in China where instead of animals, it's white people? Those are called schools, Pelican Cubes. Schools are that. I was a trained performer. I was the monkey. That's fine. You just got to know what you're going in for. Like, if you're going in, if you got like an ESL degree and you're fluent in Chinese, you could probably really help some students. But for the most part, you're there. You're there so the school can say we have foreign language English teachers. At best, you're giving those students an opportunity to talk with you. Did I eat out of their hands and let them pat your head? I knew the score. What did I do exactly? Well, my understanding is it went in a cycle, so. Where do you want me to start the story? Do you want me to start it from the very beginning, or do you want me to start it from as soon as I was teaching in the school? At the beginning? So I knew right when I graduated from college that I wanted to do some traveling. and I had studied Chinese history, Chinese culture. I'm like, man, I bet China's going to be important in the future. I'm not saying China wasn't important in 2006, but they aren't anywhere as important as they are now. So I think I got that right. I think I nailed that on the head. I keep healing the wrong person. So, I had read that I could stay on an island in Thailand for like $200. And so the itinerary I planned for myself was Thailand for a month, Hong Kong for a month, and then try to be in mainland China by the end of the summer, just in time for the school semester. And that's kind of how it worked out. I ended up leaving Thailand a little early. I got bullied by a British soccer hooligan, and I felt like I wasn't that safe anymore, like it was a bad experience. And so I left the island after maybe only 3 weeks, maybe? 2 or 3 weeks? Was my Chinese at that time better than my Japanese now? I think I learned Japanese better than Chinese. I think Japanese is an easier language. In any case, I still enjoyed my time in Thailand. I thought it was great, but it was just like a real party environment. And it's like, I like partying, but those guys were partying harder. And I'm like, I'll just get on with my trip, you know. Sorry for the hooligans. I used to hold it against you, but I don't hold it against you anymore. Now I know some good lads. So I don't, no hard feelings, right? Is that a Legambi egg? No, we got the Legambi egg. So, I go to Hong Kong. I landed. I should have probably done some more preparation. I didn't have a hotel room located. I just showed up to the Mongkok district because at the time I didn't really have, is that where you took the shirtless murder stare photo? No, that was in China. That was in the People's Republic of China. I just showed up in Mongkok. So I found a place to stay. I probably paid a little bit more than I needed to, but it was fine. While in Mongkok, I was able to do a little bit of negotiating with some schools in the mainland of China. And because I was in Hong Kong, it was very easy to arrange my tourist visa to China. So I went there. I went to Hangzhou in the Zhejiang province. I interviewed for a job at the Zhejiang University of Technology. I thought the salary seemed okay. I thought the accommodations were fine. The work schedule seemed great. They were pretty much just happy to have a human. And so it worked out. They hired me. I went back to Hong Kong to arrange my work visa. Did that, flew back, and that was it. At first, I had a buddy with me. That his girlfriend had broken up with him. And when I tell you he was extremely depressed, Like, it was bad. Like, I was really worried for the guy. So I said, well, why don't you come out here to China and teach with me? And he did. Came out, we met up. He got hired the same place I did. So I had a buddy out there. No, that was not the buddy that almost got killed by the cops. That was another guy that had lived in China for almost 10 years. He was a barely functioning alcoholic. He had married one of his students. Student was a college student, by the way, not a high school student. Not that creepy. Still creepy, but not, it's a little bit better. It's a step above. And, when we moved in, they said you got to pay for a year internet up front. It was like something like $100 for a year. I got the rest of my salary the entire time I was there. It was like 3,500 renminbi or 3,500 kwai. I spent that the entire year. I never spent more than my first month's salary. With that salary, I ate out for probably 80% of my meals. And I had a maid. That come like once a week. It was the equivalent of $400. I lived about for a year on $400. Now, again, they paid my utilities. They paid for everything except for the internet. Yeah, Goldie, I mean, it's fucked up. I don't know what the situations or standards are like in China. I'm assuming they're at least somewhat similar to the United States. I would say all things the same. Probably don't marry your students, but what can you do? What did I do on the job? So the first semester, they say, do whatever you feel like. So I did a lot of watching, I did a lot of lesson plans based off of Friends DVDs. Mind you, I was not a trained educator. So, I mean, I was like fucking winging it. No, that's actually very common over there. No, it was extremely common. They had some English language programs that were literally entirely Friends and Friends based. So it really wasn't that strange. Like, they were fine with it. So that first semester, mostly winging it, I would try to tailor my education to the students. I was teaching postgraduates. So I had maybe one undergraduate class, but for the most part, it was entirely people that had already gotten their undergraduate degree. So, like, they weren't going to be spending their life learning English. They were just chilling with an English-speaking monkey because they thought it'd be fun. Now, as you can imagine, some of them were like, hey, I'm spending money on an education. I don't like winging it. So then the second semester, they say, you got to teach from this textbook. And we're like, we're fine. We'll teach from the textbook. But by the end of the semester, the students are like, well, we're only learning from a textbook. We don't feel like we're learning anything. And so then back in the fall, they would change it back to just wing it. So, I mean, the real answer at the end of the day is they needed better qualified teachers. So back when I went, I knew a guy, he maybe barely had an ESL certificate, if he even had one. I mean, he was just he only had a high school education. He definitely didn't have a college degree. Nowadays, if you want to teach, certainly if you want to do well and not be in like a 40-hour-a-week giga cram school, you want to have a college degree at least and an ESL certificate. But you'll get paid much better now. Like they are paying significantly well now. It's a competitive job, but you'll get paid. I mean, $50,000 a year is not necessarily a ton of money in this country, but it's a whole lot over there. Do I like jazz? I don't normally sit around listening to it. We're gonna get ourselves another red kazoo. And I really enjoyed it, I mean, people are like, oh, you'll be censored, people will watch you and all this stuff, but I felt just as free, if not more free over there, because, like, it's a terrible thing to abuse, but the reality is like, when you're in another culture that is as different as that one, they don't hold you to any of their own standards. They more than expect you're going to be a complete dumbass. And so if you just elevate yourself slightly over complete dumbass, they're thrilled. They're so happy. Whereas in the United States, like, if you don't speak completely fluent, unaccented English, they're like, what the fuck? The fuck are you saying? So it's a nice country. There's nice people. Different culture, like, I think one of the things that got that friend that had been there a long time that married his Chinese student. In the United States, there is a near borderline obsession with telling the 100% truth all the time. And if you lie even a little bit, even for a good reason, like, you can get a lot of shit from people, right? But in other cultures, especially in China, people will say things just, I don't know, fucking like just to say it, I guess. I don't know. And it's just part of the culture, It's people trying to fit in with each other. It's people trying to hurt each other's feelings. It's whatever. It's a lot of those things. And I was there for a year. I don't even understand it fully myself, but I know it is a thing. But it drove my friend insane. He's like, they're all fucking liars. They're lying to me all the time. It's like, well, dude, it's like, well, you live here, man. Like, it's been like this a long time. I don't know. I'm going to name him Billy. I don't know why. You would die? I mean, it's just something that you just got to expect and understand and appreciate. Appreciate that it's a different culture. That's all I'm saying. And like I said, I don't think, rarely it's done with malice. But it will happen. I don't know. Hold on. Sharkbait. Can I name a monster after you? Maybe when I get a new one, I'll put a raffle in and we can name one. We'll let people submit a name, and that sounds fine. You're Mexican American and we act like that, and when you do that with other people, not your cultural director, and they go like, WTF? Well, I feel like in Mexico, it's more like, you guys are just fucking with each other. It's a different type of lying. You know what I mean? It's not really lying. You're just fucking with each other. But if you're not used to that, if you're not used to that culture, I could definitely understand it really messing with some people. You know what I mean? Like for me, obviously, I was raised in the United States. Like they tell you this bullshit story when you're a kid, like George Washington chopped down a cherry tree. No. And his parents are like, yo, did you chop down this cherry tree? And it was like, I cannot tell a lie. No. Well, Thai kids saying you look fat if you look fat isn't, that's not at all what I'm saying, man. I mean, that's just being blunt. I'm saying they'll lie about shit. What we would consider a lie. They wouldn't consider it a lie. But it will not be 100% the truth.
I don't look a day over 21, wouldn't you say?
I think we should perhaps humor.
But I think there's a lot of people. Have I lied to you? By what standard? By the Chinese standard? Probably. By the American standard? I don't think so.
No, we can't have just one monster take part.
You've lied?
Oh, no. That
I mean, definitely. I tell you all the time. It's all deceit.
Two to tango. That's when the magic happens. No.
I did not lie about that room, though. that room, that fucking ivory tower I stayed in, that's the truth. I got the video from the inside.
Further ado, we shall begin the rite of channeling, you and I. Oh, writer, hold thy kinship.
Maldi speaks only the truth. I would trust Maldi over me. I lied playing Hero Wars. He said people would play it unironically. If you were like into whaling and fucking other people over, it's a popular game. You could whale and fuck other people over, I guess. I mean, I have a sponsorship I'd like to do later today. We do have Zenless Zone Zero sponsorship. It's a Twitch sponsorship. Fucking Noxilla, you're the one that would watch it the most. It's not V-Rising. I love V-Rising. I'm about to beat V-Rising. I'm like gear level 80 plus. I agree with you, Shoals. I mean, look, like some people are gonna lie for no reason. Some people will lie when pressed, and then some people are so hard-coded, like it could be life or death and they wouldn't lie.
Now then, two bonds become one.
This is actually kind of sick that they sacrifice the genes of the Kutku.
Do you see the answer to the riddle?
Well, see, I just activated the sponsorship today. I'll either do it today or I'll do it on Sunday. I always say that. I should just do it right away. Guys, look at those cheeks.
Genius. This is your answer.
Do you think the Lagambi feels guilty about absorbing the Kutku?
I've never seen a Lagombi breathe fire before.
Each monster has the
See, this is why
potential
Stories
for
2 was bad.
all.
Because, like, you couldn't completely change the element.
And with channeling, we can awaken those hidden powers, can't we?
Because, like, did the monsters even change colors in Stories 2? I don't think so, right?
So that's how it can breathe fire now?
Its power was just...
What do you mean, Alex? Don't they change colors
Now it has awoken, hasn't it?
in this entire game? Like, I'm pretty sure you can change them, no?
So,
Am I
if we
crazy?
use channeling, we can awaken powers in our
Am I
monsters.
I'm losing it?
Yes, yes. Only those
Maybe they just, like,
kinship stones
scrap
can
that
evoke
system.
this power, which maintains nature's delicate balance.
And there's no bad side effects? That's totally awesome!
They change colors in one?
Thank you so much.
I trust Dean more than any of you.
Now then,
I don't trust any of you
if
over
there's anything
Dean.
you don't understand, come and ask me.
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
I remember them changing colors. You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Dean's like got full teams of maxed out genes. His face is all messed up.
You mean hot spring dumplings are actually...
Is he eating ass? What is he eating? No, I mean, I'm going on a little bit of a training arc right now, Morn. I'm thinking I'm gonna be doing protein shakes in the morning now, and then just a dinner. I might still make breakfast burritos if Jen asks me for them, but my condition is okay, so I think I'm gonna start training. I've been eating cottage cheese for weeks. I mean, for a long time now. I either eat cottage cheese or I eat, I mean, that's pretty much it. Cottage cheese. I don't tell you enough about it? What do you want me to do? Like, be like, oh boy, today was another cottage cheese day. Wow! Doesn't make any sense to me, but... I want the red Kezujin in the middle. I think? Oh wait, that doesn't work. What the fuck? When are you allowed to move? Oh, you gotta do a special thing to move it, huh? Amatsu, hello, good evening. Can't change gene positions at all? That's fucked up. Well, I still like this one better, I think. Haven't played Stories 2 yet? You own it? Never booted it up? Played half of Stories 1 in 3DS. Is Stories 2 good? Stories 2 is great to play through one time. And do the bonus content. And then I don't think it has much replayability. But that first playthrough will be very good. Stories 1 is a great game. Would I trust you about Armored Core? I would trust your opinion of Armored Core over probably 99% of the population. I don't know even of anyone else I would trust over that, but it would be up there, Procam. Quality of life? That sounds like quality for babies. Get grinding. I don't know why people are always in such a rush to like optimize their time out of playing a game. Just play the fucking game. You can beat it without any optimization, but if you want the good shit, make it worth grinding for. Baby gamers. 10 hours of Ivory Legiacris legs. I bet he was pretty stacked by the end, though. Well, Gobi, I mean, Capcom has had a stated business goal of doing everything in their power of making sure that people could constantly buy their back catalog. Now, there's a big question mark in the room when it comes to fucking older Monster Hunter games. They're going to have a goddamn Breath of Fire 3 HD before they've got a Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate HD. That's okay, though. I would love a Breath of Fire HD, I guess. It almost got ignored when it came out. It was pretty popular. You know, it had a whole anime. I think it was popular in Japan.
Hairballs! We can't get through here. Any bright ideas, buddy?
I could see there being a Gargoyles Quest collection someday, ProCow. Or Demon's Crest or whatever. The Super Nintendo game, though, is like giga short. Like, I remember beating that in a single sitting. So I don't know what they would do about that. Just release it anyways?
I'm going to continue traveling with Frostfang. One day, we'll fight the Blight. It's not just training, though. I want to see
Make a video about people not making their own opinion on media?
It's a big old world, you know. Let's see who can see more of it.
You know, that might be more of an age thing, Morn. And as people get older, they'll start challenging those notions more. Did Jen go back to puzzle? She's been playing Rune Factory 3. Every time I see her playing it, I ask her who her mate is, and she has not told me yet. She is level 13, and she's in the summer. She's enjoying her time. I remember being probably in my 20s, seeing a long video about why this person thought Dark Souls 2 was a bad game, and thinking to myself, oh, maybe Dark Souls 2 is a bad game. And then I played Dark Souls 2 again, I'm like, no way, this game fucking rules. And now that, like, I'm an old man, it's like, fuck you, I don't care what you think. I'm gonna make up my own mind. Dark Souls 2 is genuinely better than Scholar of the First Sin, so if somebody only ever played Scholar of the First Sin, I would actually kind of agree with them if they thought maybe like it was kind of fucked up. Like they turned too many zones into clown cars. Is there a mod for Scholars of the First Sin that like reverts the enemy encounters in the base game back to like the original? It's like so goddamn annoying. I mean, adaptability being a stat, like, who cares? Soccer Mom of Doom, thank you. I feel like that number is actually closer to 500, Soccer Mom. Thank you again very much. What one issue that is less relevant now, though, Shoals, is like, I understand what they thought they were doing with Soul Memory. How are my days off? I know you've seen the picture.
More 91 gifted moon subscription. More 91 gifted tier 1.
He's not gonna come here, Morin.
Given 60
But I
subs
appreciate
to
it.
the channel.
You saw where I stayed? Did you see it? Let me double check. I don't think there's any docs-worthy information in the video I posted. But if there isn't, I will post it and we can, we'll watch it on stream. I don't mind if it's in the Discord, but if it's going to be streamed and recorded for in perpetuity, I just want to make sure. Why isn't my Legambi red? He doesn't have enough red genes. You need to give him more red genes. Yeah, there's something like the color on it seems off. But the apartment itself is very gray anyways. This is the hotel room I stayed at when I was in Boston. It's fucking Eagle. That's the Long Wharf. Yeah, I think the color got fucked up, Fugly. I think it tried to record in HDR, but it didn't actually record in HDR or something. Because that couch is green, but it looks gray. Yeah, you just imagine it's recorded in grayscale. It looks like I'm in the back rooms? Brother, did you see how many fucking staircases there were just to get around? It looks like a cozy high-rise bedroom. Brother, you see? Do you see? Hold on. This is the fucking building I was staying in. Do you see those, like, gargoyles? Those were the gargoyles. This is my room. I was right under the clock. I was on the one on the other side of this building from this view. How old is the building? Did the clock ding? No, but they did have mechanisms. You could go up to see it. I had the private elevator that would take you up to see the workings of it. It was built in 1849.
That guy 595 just resubscribed for
Neat building and story, thank you.
Building and story, thank you, streamer Petflower.
1849, and it was expanded in 1915. This picture here, this is still what it looks like on the inside. I did not rent. Hold on. Let's not get carried away. I did not rent out the entire tower. You guys don't care that I'm not, like, really playing the game, right? Like, we're happy just talking. This is like a scale picture of it. I think for a long time, or actually to some degree, it's still one of the tallest buildings in Boston. It's so fucked up. So, like, the story is like, we were only staying there for 2 nights. And I think it just lined up that most people wanted longer stays, and because we were only staying for 2 nights, that room just happened to be available for 2 nights, and they just upgraded us to it. Now, it was my mom's treat. My understanding is she probably paid about $200 a night for the room. If I had to guess, that we paid $200 a night for that room. So, because I kept asking her, I'm like, did you pay for this room? Because like I would give her money. They didn't, you know what I said? I'm like, it is exactly what I said. I'm like, they treat this like some really rich man's room, but there's no bidet in here. I don't see a bidet. So, Morn, there is zero question. My mom has a higher luck stat than me. But I still have a good luck stat, so like when you combine them together, whoo. How many couches does my mom own? She only has one, maybe two, but she does have a very fancy massaging chair. She bought it during COVID. I think she used the COVID check for it. That's good for her. I probably should have attacked. But I gotta tell you, chair is very nice. That is a nice chair, man. I don't know how great it is for like watching TV in, but just hopping in for like, 30 minutes, 40 minutes, it'll be nice. I messed him up. I thought they simplified all of Hitman 3's pricing scheme. No? I'm sure there were improvements with Scholars Pro Cow. I'm just saying the enemy design is bad. Because it is bad. At least it's not how I remember it. I don't know. I played through all of original Dark Souls 2 with power stanced maces until I got like the sword blade. And then I used that. They have Conor McGregor DLC? He's in a recent movie with Jake Gyllenhaal called Roadhouse Morn, and let me tell you something. Conor McGregor is very entertaining. I eagerly await his appearance in more Hollywood films. He is an amazing entertainer. Has a very unnerving smile. So, his character in the movie is being a dickhead. So if you're saying he's a dickhead, he may not be a good actor, but if they need a dickhead in the movie, he's perfect. The perfect character. Jake Gyllenhaal was okay. I mean, for me, it's on Amazon Prime, so basically free. It's like, I don't know. It is one of those movies where I'll say it is worth your time. I watched one movie on the trip. I was up late last night, couldn't sleep. I watched Castaway. And the entire time I was watching Castaway, I remembered there being an anecdote about like a cut scene where he fucks Wilson. And I kept waiting for the part in the movie where they would have cut that scene where he fucked Wilson. Yeah. No, there it happened. Pretty sure. It was like cut dialogue. I mean, 4 years? Let's see how you act. All high and mighty over there. Dude, imagine the goon sesh after 4 years. Tom Hanks edging for 4 years on the boat. Sees rescuers coming. He's like, I must send a signal. It would be just like this. It was a good movie. I mean, I think Robert Zemeckis has made a lot of interesting movies. I think he's made a lot of... You can just tell at some points that it's like extremely 90s coded. What creeps me out a little bit is like, there's a scene, I don't want to spoil anything, but there's a lady who's got to run outside in the rain, and they have her wear like a thin white button-down dress shirt, and it's like fucking like, come on, man, like, really? I don't know, Shoals. I thought pretty much universally the changes to Dark Souls 2 I did not like. But you know what? That's the beauty of the internet. We're allowed to have different opinions. So. Oh, Rundy, you're here. I've been waiting for you to get back. Because I had new stories about my father. And I didn't want to tell them until you were here. Think Tom Hanks has survivor guilt because he survived and not Wilson? Wilson didn't die. Wilson just went on his own way, man. Maybe he became someone else's friend. So I found out that my father's parents lied to get him into the army at age 16. Which is on brand for my family because I have many other relatives, including ones that fought in the Revolutionary War, that also lied to fight in the military. I don't know why we do this. Like, are we this fucking, like, war-coded to, like, go out? That's funny. That's on my dad's side. It's my mom's side that we had the Revolutionary War people. Whatever. Lied to get him in. He was the military police in the army in France, which is probably the most law-abiding he ever was, or that's when he became fucking like crooked as hell, because essentially, which war? There wasn't a war. It was like in the 50s. So I don't think there was an active war. I think he was just in France being like MP. That's my understanding. My grandfather was in World War II. My great-grandfather was in like World War I and World War II. He was like career military. So he's an MP in France, lied to get in there. Immediately after getting out, locates to Nevada. And the only thing my mom can tell me is his job involved moving money for people. He was basically a bagman, probably for organized crime. And then the story as it goes is he went from being a bagman for organized crime to being like, you guys ever see that movie Glengarry Glen Ross? It's got a lot of great actors in it. Alec Baldwin, Kevin Spacey's like little whatever. Alec Baldwin's famous in it, even though he's in one scene. Al Pacino's in it. He does sales like that, like, but in the desert, like in Nevada and in person. So like he'll take people out to where he's doing his sales. And so it's not even like high pressure over the phone, like fucking buy this land or like you'll be poor forever. It's like buy this fucking land or you're walking back in the desert. From that, he goes into doing he does drug trafficking to when he gets picked up by the federal government. Federal government makes a mistake, some like illegal search and seizure thing. He's like almost in the Supreme Court. He's like one level below the Supreme Court. They make some basic ass mistake and they're like, all right, you're free to go. He also had a high luck stat because not only does he get away for free, they say, hey, you seem pretty bright. Why don't you take this job at IBM? And so he gets his job at IBM. His entire job is like fucking hacking computer systems. And then the rest is history. I've shown the Eagle Suite several times, Albino. We've been showing it all stream. He was, later in life he got dumped. Because if he had just worked for like 10 years, he would have been so successful, like between the IBM stock and everything, he would have done great. But later in life, he got into a lot of those like get-rich-quick schemes and like wasted a bunch of money. It was bad. Sounding like a Scorsese movie? Goldie, all I'm gonna say is that Scorsese had to base that movie on someone. And I'm not saying that person was my dad, but there were people, he was not the only one like it. What do you bought NFTs? I don't know if he would have bought NFTs or like, you know, he was good at computers and stuff like that. Like he, you know, I assume he's probably got a bunch of crypto hanging around somewhere. Probably. I hope his last family got it. He had several families. He had at least five different women he had children with. He would have done rug pulls all day long, Amatsu. He would have had 0 reservations. He has five different women that had his children that I know of. Which is to say, there might be more. The SD5 Heppards. Yeah, I don't know. I you know, it's like when he was around when I was a kid, you know, he wasn't, even when he was home, he wasn't a very like active father. You know what I mean? I'm sure some of you know. I'm sure many of you know, like, you know, you've got a parent and they're like around, but they're just like doing their own thing. They're not heavily involved in terms of like what you're into and anything else. That was more or less him. And like, who's to say, you know, that's necessarily like a surprise, because like I was family 3 or 4 for him. You know what I mean? Well, my mom says she just wanted to have smart children. And so she always looks at it as a glass half full sort of thing, and that she thinks that he was smart and that her children ended up smart. And I tell her all the time, I think she's smart. She grew up in the South, like in the 50s, so women just didn't get an education back then. You know, it's really unfortunate. I mean, it's like almost unthinkable nowadays, but like, you know, there just wasn't any expectation that you would end up getting any sort of an education. You might become a teacher or you might become a nurse. She knew what she was getting into? I mean, Shoals, I mean, let's be real, brother. I mean, she probably could have picked better. You know, like, everything all considered, even after saying all that, like, you could have tried a little bit harder than that guy. Your bio dad's MO was seducing and leeching off of women until they kicked him out? I mean, you know, if you can get away with it. If the women are happy, you know. If she did, I wouldn't exist. I'm glad I exist, you know, I'm happy. I say it all the time nowadays, like, I'm so happy to be alive. Be able to do everything that I am, you know. You make my day better every day, Rundy. So I am happy you exist. I wish you nothing but health and happiness and fulfillment in your life, in as much as is at all possible. It's a struggle sometimes to find your own way, but we all find it eventually. Yeah, no, I mean, my brother and I are both, I mean, at least we're not complete losers or deadbeats, Like, we're able to pay our bills, We got lucky. We are part of that millennial generation that was actually at least given a small chance at being able to have a home. I feel so bad for anyone that's like, I mean, if you're under 20, I mean, I'm sorry, you just got really fucked over. You have a senior position interview next week? Do you have any tips for the interview? Well, I mean, you're interviewing within your own organization, so you probably know a lot better than me. Don't do a bad job. Smile, make eye contact. Remember, when you're in an interview, it's up to you to convince them that you will provide a greater benefit to them in your new position than where you are currently. Because they have to think about that as well. Like, you might be a great employee now. When they promote you, you might be a shit person in the senior position, and now they're down a good employee, and now they've got a shit manager. So kind of reflect on that and prepare your responses to be in that way.
Have you noticed anything weird, buddy? Take a look around. Everyone's keeping their distance. No one here's ever seen a rider before.
It's just got a weird bracelet.
Ah, so many staring eyes. Doesn't feel like we're welcome here. Not that I was expecting a red carpet.
You ever thought you'd be a good supervisor? I mean, what makes a good supervisor? Somebody that knows what's actually going on, can train people, can coach people, that can keep people on task and responsible. What makes a bad supervisor? Somebody who micromanages? That makes people less efficient? That isn't able to provide any sort of guiding philosophy? Your goal should be able to make it so people can do their jobs better. And be happier with the things that they do. There's an Orochi Kirin out there. Oh, these are the event quests. I didn't do like any of the hot spring quests, but I also don't really care. I mean, I feel like retail is nothing but a hellscape, Condor. I mean, is there even a light at the end of the tunnel when you work in retail? Like, do managers even get paid enough?
Entry is forbidden to the light.
Yo, this guy's tweaking.
Yeah? What's the problem, dude?
You are the problem. Disturbing the populace with your antics.
I don't know, Golby. Some people hate Naviru.
This monster, right? Hurry up and turn it into the guild then.
What's a salary range for a store manager?
It's our friend.
You can't be friends.
60,000? More? Less?
Suspicious bunch.
Now, Gentor. You shouldn't treat our guests with such disrespect. What now? Leave this to me.
Yes, Guildmaster.
What? Guildmaster?
Indeed, I am the Guildmaster.
Oh, I'm sure it depends on the store, I guess. Yeah. All right, fair enough. A big, let's say a super Walmart.
Friend, the chief of Hakum Village. I hadn't heard from him in many moons, but recently.
I like both the handler and Naviru Golby, which makes me
keep it up and don't despair.
Hated by most people.
Friends are always there. Anyway, I can explain more at the Hunters Guild. Whatever.
Dude, the Hunters Guild has got to be terrifying for us. Dude, could you imagine being a store manager and only making 40,000 a year? That's like fucked up. In this economy? That was my main issue, Adenine. Like, if I were to stay in credit unions, I either had to go directly into a CEO role, Or I was just going to lose my fucking mind over the amount of ass sucking I was going to need to do. And even when you're a CEO, like, you still got a boss.
This is the Hunters Guild, a gathering hall for all hunters. Those of us who work here at the guild provide support to these hunters. Anyway, I must apologize for my friend Gentor's rudeness earlier. I am perhaps the only one.
Well, all I will say, Morin, is if you are working for someone else,
Don't sweat it. I was pretty scared.
buy some dental dams.
Met you, buddy. But, buddy,
Because if you want to have a smooth career
oh man,
and you want to get regular raises and stuff like that and promotions,
Very good.
you're going to have to
We will
eat some
make
ass.
arrangements so you can
the way
stay
it
in
is.
town. Oh, of
And I think
course.
now that I'm older, like, I
should
could
introduce you to the
probably...
Sweetheart sisters.
I at least have the right attitude about it, but when I was younger, I'm like, fuck
So
you.
cool, you've really got a monster with you.
You know,
Awesome.
and whenever I had a bad supervisor, which is often, like, you're an idiot. I didn't tell them they were an idiot, but, like, I wasn't very good at hiding my contempt.
I never saw anything like this in the Monsterpedia. I'm so sorry for butting in. Sorry.
Well, like, doesn't Walmart make people, like, dance in the morning together?
Sometimes. You didn't even introduce yourselves. Actually,
Whenever a workplace is like, we're a family, it's like, you got to get the hell out of there.
what a lovely little beastie.
Unless, is it a family? Like, am I written into the will?
You
Do I
have
get
to tell
profit
me
sharing?
your techniques.
You know what I mean?
Hey, I thought you said it was rude not to introduce yourself.
Whoops, I suppose I did.
Do I get to date your daughter?
I'm so sorry.
Oh, these girls are a lively bunch. They support us here at the guild. If you need
Can I crash at your place?
Don't hesitate to ask.
Yeah, they do a chant and a dance and stuff like that more. Look it up.
Although you must be tired after your long journey, I have a question.
Like, I can't say anything bad about Walmart because
already?
when I wanted to buy my Mountain Dew Baja Blast, they had the cheapest
It might
prices.
change how they see you. That said, you should still
And I
try
feel
and get
bad
some
for
rest
being part of that
this
system, but at the same time,
Go and see
it was
the
almost
hunter,
50% off,
Roberto.
so.
He will help you settle in,
A totally rad hunter. He's so cool.
Cheapest beans, too.
Totally rad.
When I ordered it, Leona,
Who is this?
they had like a $25 off coupon for delivery, so I just ordered it delivery.
Hey.
5-year gift was a voucher for a $50 item. That's messed up. Well, the reality is, under capitalism, there is no ethical consumption. Do what you need to do. That's really it at the end of the day. You got to go to Walmart, or you like going to Walmart, or Walmart's cheapest, just go. You do what you need. If you want to do a nightly chant to curse the souls of the Walton family, yeah, you can do that too. If we want to, if we did, what if all of the United States, what if the majority of the working class spent every day televising themselves chanting evil thoughts towards the ruling class? That would start fucking unnerving someone eventually, right? It's either Velocidrome or Yan Kutku. I think it's Velocidrome. I don't know. So, fuck you, cat. People saying shirts that say "Eat the Rich" isn't doing anything? What would you do if you saw a guy and he was just waving to you from this balcony, drinking a glass of champagne, and then he just walked by you on the street? Hey, I'm hungry? He starts sprinting a little bit, but you're faster than him. What do you do? He starts running away, but he's kind of slow. Grab him by the ghoulies? Deserved. I will never have a room like that ever again in my life. Ever. So it was neat that I had that experience because it is a truly unique and once in a lifetime experience. Never say never? I don't think it'll happen. What a weird thing to auto mod. I don't see the auto mod. The other mods would have to take a look at it. Why has Roberto got grass in his house?
You've been lazing about all day. All you do is gather mushrooms. I never see you out hunting these days.
Mushrooms are my jam. I can't hunt without my blue mushrooms.
A swarm of Ultaroth from the Babda rainforest is causing havoc. Go, hunt!
Ultaroth. Nah, I'll pass. Not a big fan of bugs.
Do they make him sound like a surfer in Stories 2 as well?
You're afraid of bugs?
Of course not. I'm just...
Think FromSoft is one of the most toxic gatekeeping communities in gaming?
What do you two want?
I don't think they're great. But honestly, Shoals, I think in general, Monster Hunter might be worse. Which is fucked up. I don't know. I mean, look, I'm not saying like I'm the authority on it. But there's some pretty fucked up people in Monster Hunter. All communities are the same. I guess it just depends on what part of it you poke. Like what part you look at.
Anyway, the room next door with the red door is yours. Use it as you wish. However,
I mean, every community has good and bad, right?
Don't come barging in without knocking. Also, you can use the backyard as a stables. People get scared when they see a monster just
I only get
the city.
mad
Well, that's it for me.
when people say a game is too hard and it gets patched to be easier.
That's totally rad.
Hello. Hello.
Royal Ludroth. Now let's go get his S. The woke translations? I cannot... I understand why the people that think they've got a reason are getting mad. But it's like... if they could even speak a little bit of Japanese, they would understand why things are translated the way they are. Like, it's just not viable to do, like, there's no such thing as, like, a direct translation. Like, it just doesn't really exist. And I've only seen one non-PlayStation case where there was, like, censorship. And, like, I'm glad they censored it. It was for Zanki Zero. Zanki Zero is a dungeon crawler, post-apocalyptic dungeon crawler, where characters get continually resurrected as children, and then they go to old age, and then they die. But you can have relationships with each other and build it up over time because it's the same brain. It gets like transferred over and over again. In the Japanese version, you're able to have like a sleepover. Sorry, ProCal. I fixed it. Sorry. I like streaming at 10 megabits because I think it looks better. What do you got, Billy? Looks good. That's why I do it, Shoals. And like, it feels like once or hopefully not twice a stream, it'll poop a little bit. But then that means the entire rest of the stream looks so good. He'd make the stream suffer to let V Rising run in the background if he had to. Well, you think I didn't have it open? Now I'm going to go get my plants. I got a lot of plants, so now you guys got to wait. It kind of looks like RuneScape, doesn't it? Does it look a little bit like RuneScape? No, so the PvP server was pissing me off, and not for the reason you think. It was pissing me off because people kept joining the bosses when I was fighting them, but they fucking suck. And like the boss would get scaled up and they weren't carrying their weight. And like we're playing on brutal, so like it's hard to carry other people, especially like if you're still learning the bosses yourself. So I'm just playing solo now. And like whenever I try to fight anyone, they would just run away. Did I build this house? I did, and because it's not PvP, I don't even have doors. It's like I live in a barn. I like live in a barn. What do you think about that? I got a whole bunch of prisoners. Little guys in the other room. You could summon like ghouls and stuff. And like you can kill them and get their bones. I don't do that anymore. I've got more bones than I'll ever need. But you can farm bones that way. How's the Belmont fight? Haven't done it yet. Like he's close though. He's right here. So like I got these guys and then I got Dracula left and that's it. So these are all my refining things. These are all my storage. There's my first level of prisoners. And then here is my second floor of prisoners. We got a lot of room up here. Here's all of my servants. They're all working. Oh, Magda's not working. Hold on, Magda's got to go to work. We gotta put her on the job. How much time do I have for the stream? Probably at least another 4 hours of streaming. Oh, I feed them fish and rats. And they're pretty happy with the fish and the rats. Let's put her out for 4 hours. We'll get some fish. I really just want the fish. I don't really need them anymore. No, maybe I'll send her out to the vineyards. Get some grapes. I do enjoy Mara. All right, so now I'm just going to go back. I'll go back into my little coffin. And now I'm done. But good job one guying the stream. I mean, I don't mind. So, Shoals, like, I've spent a lot of time thinking about V Rising over the last couple days, maybe couple weeks. And it's a very interesting game. So like, you cannot get away from the fact that it is a crafting game. And if you are like of the opinion that you will never play a crafting game again for the rest of your life, I would say there's maybe no saving it. But if you like even a little bit collecting resources and building things, the loop is really fun, and on Brutal, it's got some of the most enjoyable boss fights that you'll have in a modern game. It's very good. Now, full disclosure, I was sponsored. They paid me money. So, don't necessarily trust anything I say, but I will say I've continued to play the game off stream, and I've almost 100%ed it, so it seems like I like it. It'll probably go on sale again soon. No, you're right, Morn. I don't play games unless I enjoy them a lot. It's true. Feel like they messed up PvP? If they have one mistake, you're gonna get fucked up, Kezu. Whatever. Is they're focusing too much on PvP, and they should really just be focusing on the PvE. Like, I think the multiplayer scaling for PvE is so extreme. When is the next Phantasy Star Online build contest? I don't know, man. You thought V-Rising is forced online game? So it's designed as if it's a 24-hour server game turn-up, but there's nothing stopping you from hosting a solo server. A solo offline server, even. Now, it will only advance time while it's up, which is why, even though I'm streaming and it probably is using resources, I have it in a little window in the corner on my computer because I want the time to keep going. There's stuff that's happening. My flowers are regrowing. My little servants are finding me little items out in the map. So I've got them out there going. I would say in many ways it works best as a solo game played on Brutal. In my opinion, mining Bitcoin. In my opinion, it's best like that. Now, if you're struggling a little bit or it's fun, you could definitely play it multiplayer and probably, if it's a PvE server, help each other out and have an easier time getting through the game. The PvP stuff is just kind of weird. Like, there's like active PvP hours. Like, you've got 2 hours a night. And like, you got to keep putting blood into your castle. You don't put enough blood in, people can break in. Even if you can't do that, people can make like siege golems. I just like, it's too complicated. Like, and what? Like, what's the best case scenario? You're gonna fuck someone over and ruin their entire experience, and like, you might just barely get something better for yourself, or you might just fuck over someone for no reason. But not to hello, good evening. Hopefully your day is well, or morning as well in Japan. It's time to fight, Turnip. I wouldn't say it's pointless. Like, I wanted to play on a PvP server because the concept of it seems interesting. But the reality of it is, all you really end up doing is picking up other people's shit. And unless, like, you're a real asshole, you're probably not going to deliberately try to destroy someone else's castle. You're going to a Smash tournament. Well, that's interesting. No, I mean, all I'll say is, like, don't disregard the PvP like that. The game is made by the people from Battlerite, and, like, they know how to design a good PvP game. But honestly, that same combat works very well in PvE. That's fine, too. I feel like you're speed and tech. Power. Is he gonna do another one? I'm gonna no, he's gonna keep going power. Oops, all power? He's just going in, he's like Why do anything other than rock? Yeah, I guess Banana Baby is not really the technical mastermind. Okay, hold on, we can do this. Is he really gonna keep doing power? He's gonna keep doing power. I thought he would have done a speed or like something. The water jug. If more MOBAs played like V-Rising, I might actually kind of like them. Oh, now you do tactical. But like, I hate clicking all the time. I ever played LoL? I played LoL a little bit with my brother. I got up to gold, which, I don't know, is that about like 50%? I never played the Pokemon one. I didn't mind playing support. I played a lot of support, I played a lot of mid, and I played a lot of top. I didn't like playing AD, and I did not play... Well, I would have liked playing jungle, but I felt like I never got a chance to play jungle. I feel like everybody around that rank wants to be jungle all the time. I'm a top for sure. I think I am too. And I think I'm okay with that. I've been told there's a shortage of tops out there. There's not enough tops in this world, and I don't know how that's possible. I thought there'd be more tops than anything. Is it because people end up having a PP that doesn't work so good? Or are there people that are just like, I want to be a bottom? I don't know the answer. I've never asked. New Beyblade just released worldwide. Mentality thing? I mean, I'm not saying like you got to be all one or the other either. You know, it's not like you got to get your stamp punched and like you're committed for life. A lot of tops go on power trips. Like, I've got the strongest cock in the world. How about power bottoms? Where do they stand? I mean, honestly, seem pretty based. Because can you top from the... Didn't Northern Lion just have this argument on his stream? Topping from the bottom? Are we just repeating his thing? I guess we've got a different community. We could have our own take on it. I don't think I ever met a power bottom, but I think they'd be pretty cool to hang out with. You can service Dom. Is that where, like, you're being a Dom to service somebody else? Or a bottom dominant? Plays any games you're not interested in the most? I mean, he plays a lot of quirky titles. I mean, I like Super Auto Pets. Sometimes he plays it in a pretty fucked up way, but that's also part of the enjoyment. Plays a lot of roguelites. I like roguelikes. I don't really like watching Balatro. And like, that's nothing against him. That's more like, I played Balatro, it was interesting, but I'd rather just watch him play Slay the Spire, personally. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that. I haven't seen a lot of power play. Hope he gets into Slay the Spire too. I hope so too. I mean, I love Slay the Spire. Like, I know it's strange because like everyone knows, like, oh, it's Shepard. It's the Monster Hunter guy. But if you were to add up all the hours that I've watched of other video games that I've consumed, I mean, it's probably 70 to 80% Slay the Spire. I just like watching it. That's what I watch. Hope I play more games I'm interested on stream. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what we're doing now. We're just vibing until Milds comes out. I mean, we may as well. Because once Milds comes in, we're going to be in prison for a while. We're going to be... You know, I mean, only within reason, you know? I mean, at the same time, I still got to do it for a living, so... You know, if I just suddenly said I'm going to stream my entire brutal playthrough of V Rising, that would probably not be good. He's one of the greatest at it, Adenine. I mean, he's been doing content creation for as long, if not longer than me, and he's definitely at that point where his brain just generates content. Oh, fuck. Oh, we're so done. We're getting ourselves in this? I think it's got a lot of the 4th gen monsters, right? But not many of the generations, but for you. Everything for you and earlier. So he does power and technical, which means power is the safest one. He has Laggy? I mean, Laggy's on the cover, isn't he? Stories 2 goes cheap all the time. Doesn't it? Hold on. I mean, Stories 1 just came out. I mean, Stories 2 has gone as cheap as $16 before. I think it's pretty cheap. And it might have been cheaper in a Humble Bundle. Regional thing? I don't know. He does technicals sometimes. Yep, see, there it is. I think definitely Capcom changes their pricing according to the regions. I've tried to do demos on the fest. No, I've been kind of busy. I mean, I've mostly been playing V Rising. And then beyond that, I mean, I was on vacation the last 2 days, which I know is like kind of a short-ass vacation, but it was a vacation. I didn't have any time to download anything ahead of time. No, I mean, my thing is like, it's not having the games to play, you know, it's what do I do with my limited time when I do play them, you know? But I do, Morn is right. Usually I like to find one game that I can become mildly obsessed with and I just goon all over that game. And that's pretty much it. You guys see a catavan stand? I see another golden cave. Oh, there it is. But I'm definitely a gamer. Like, you know, I get some flack from the Discord sometimes. Like, you're not watching enough anime. I'm playing video games, dude. You know what I mean? Like I hate to say it, but I'm a gamer, dude. I love anime. I love it. But I just like gaming. Dean will give me crap. But I mean, Dean somehow, I mean, he should really write a book or some sort of a self-help guide, because his time management skills to be able to consume the amount of content that he does is actually next level. He somehow watches the majority of all my streams. He watches the entirety of every anime release that comes out. I think he works a full-time job. He had a girlfriend for a while. I don't know if he's still dating. You don't like the anime room? I'm sorry. I can make a second anime room. Sometimes I'll go into certain sections of the Discord I never go in, and I'm like, who the fuck is this person? Yeah, like the VTuber room. Like, there's people posting and they're like, you're in the Discord? Like, who the fuck is this guy? That's what I mean. Like, it's kind of a big community where there's like people hanging out, engaging each other, but like, I don't know who that guy is. I'm glad they're enjoying the community. They must not be making trouble. It's only sometimes, and like somebody's gonna get called out right now. Sometimes I'll get hit with auto mod. I'm gonna find it right now. You guys are gonna see the auto mod channel. This is what goes on behind the scenes. That was it. We did nothing. We did nothing to address any of it. We're like, all right. Which is honestly the way it should be, you know. As tough as there might be things for you, Turnip, I would say, as far as internet spaces go, I think we have a pretty okay community, because God knows there are way worse communities out there. I'm not saying it's the best, but for the amount of people that are there, I'd say it's pretty good. Name two? Name two that are better, or name two that are worse? I think the Moon Discord might be better, but it's so large I can't even go in there. Some that are worse? I mean, I've been in some of the Monster Hunter Speedrunner Discords before. Do I need to say anything else? Because I will, because it's pretty fucked up. The only thing that I might need to enforce slightly more sometimes, Shup, and it's been a long time since I needed to, is I used to ping people and just put Pepe W. And I'd be like, I'm sorry, but that's the Pepe W response. You still occasionally get people trauma posting in general, and it's like, I don't mind if you're trauma posting, but you gotta go into the Pepe W. That's it, you know, like I'm not censoring you, but like we got that channel so people aren't like pulling up their morning brew and are like, what the fuck is going on? And I think some people, I mean, I don't think anybody does it intentionally. I think it's unintentional. Oh no! My phone just fell. Can you guys even see anything right now? Hello? What did it look like? Oh no, it just got unplugged too. God damn it. I'm not saying streaming is the hardest job in the world. You know, on the Something Awful forums, there used to be a channel that was all for people to post their drama. Batwing, thank you. And before you could post anything, you had to compare your life to that of a Darfur war orphan and why you had it worse than a Darfur war orphan. And so in that context, I've got nothing to complain about. But you know, sometimes my camera falls and I gotta pick it up. I didn't really like going to Fiad. The only Fiad thread that I enjoyed, and I just saw like a internet reference to it recently. Do you remember that one guy got hired to like set up that zip line park? And like the zip line was going like 70 miles an hour and would have obliterated children into like a fine mist. It was somebody that was untrained fume. Well, they were able to build things, but they didn't know how to do the math. If that makes any sense. Am I just gonna get counterattacked forever? Little bro's probably dead. Can I watch myself get voided? I've seen it before. I don't want to click anything. My life's too hard as it is. All right, he might win this one. Wait. Who's he attacking? Oh, come on! We gotta get potions. So yeah, within context of everything, you know, if we're even able to be on Twitch and goof around, I guess we have to consider ourselves at least a little bit lucky that we have access to the internet, access to free information, you know what I mean? And I guess that's kind of nice. Potions. Speaking of British, there was a big election, right? Bunch of Labour Party wins. Stories games are doing great, Turnip. I mean, at least relative to, I think, what Marvelous forecasted them to do. Boris Johnson wankers are out. I mean, all I know is that Theresa May and the guy right afterwards, like, I think didn't they fuck up all your housing? And, like, you have the most expensive power in the world? Is that right? Margaret Thatcher privatized your water. So, I'm an economist. However, I'm not familiar with how it's done in every country. When she privatized the water, like, did the government make money from that? Or did she just like, hey, whoever wants to sell the water now, like, go for it? Because that's what I don't get. Like, what can possibly be the benefit to the British people? I wish I could use a Monsty skill right now. Like, and I would, you know, some of that stuff, like, I would get it, like, in the United States. Because, like, we are, like, the monument to greed and capitalism, and, like, that's just kind of how we roll. But I just don't understand why countries like Great Britain do it. Oh, so she said the privatized companies were going to do a better job than the government would? It's not surprising that she would say that. It's surprising that anyone would believe that. Like, how much of a sucker do you gotta be, you know? I don't know that there's ever been an instance in human history where something's gone and become privatized and it's resulted in better service. Could it be more efficient? Yeah, sure, certainly. Will it be better overall? No. Not to say that there's not issues in the public sector as well. Some ridiculous, like, tens of billions of dollars to extend a subway stop in New York City like 3 miles. Just like, I've said it for years. Give me 100 of my Chinese people, my men, my guys, and like $100 million, and we'll fix every highway in Connecticut. We'll just get out there and we'll start working. We're not going to grift anyone. We'll get it done. That's what I'm saying. And like, and the worst part, Adenine, is like, someone is sponsoring these propaganda videos. Because like, there are these propaganda videos that are like, oh, just you wait. All that high-speed rail, China's gonna go bankrupt. And like, they're just like, waiting. It's gonna happen. They're gonna go bankrupt any day now. They built too much high-speed rail, and they're like, it doesn't happen. I'm not saying it's a perfect country, you know. If you want to invest privately in China, it's kind of fucked. So that sucks if like you're a citizen. But 90% of Chinese people own their own home. So, think about that. Mon Black, hello, good evening. My rants on highways, you ran about energy and water issues in the UK. I ran to other people about power in the UK. I remember watching a news story in the UK. It was about a relatively newlywed couple that had a child. And over the course of the interview, as they were showing their home, they had to turn the heat on and off, going between the different rooms. And one of the parents said that they had to quit their job because they couldn't afford the childcare. And so, like, I just imagine one of them staying at home, taking care of the baby, moving throughout the house, adjusting the heat in every room. It's like insane. Like, it's like so crazy. I'm not saying you shouldn't be smart with how you heat or cool your home. I'm just saying, you know, we're talking about like zones like on the first floor. I don't know if like, is it bougie to suggest that like I just keep my downstairs heated? Seeing a lot of speed. Maybe we should do technical. Is this going to start with the story series with? What's the first one, Kodsky? The second one is a sequel in story. So, other than the second one maybe being cheaper than the first one, this is an HD remake of the DS game, Kodsky. So unless like you're really on the fence and want to save like maybe $10 or $20 by buying the stories too, you're really better off playing this game. In my opinion, Stories 1 is better than Stories 2 anyways. I think it definitely has more replay value. I still think Stories 2 is a good game. I just think this one's better. But they're both good. I mean, graphics are really good on Stories 1, on the HD. And this is absolutely the best way to play it. I mean, I don't know, unless you owned a 3DS and a copy of the game. But even then. If I could giga shill right now, I think I have... Yes, okay, I do have a affiliate link for the game. You don't have to buy it from there, but it will give me money. If you do buy it from there. What do you mean I didn't thank you for your purchase? I groveled to you out of thanks for your purchase. You and Dean both bought it through the affiliate link. Yeah, I mean, you know, you'll definitely get a lot of Pokemon feeling out of the game, but it's still very much a Monster Hunter game as well. You didn't see it? Well, I'm groveling now. It's smelly, but light? What do you think? You think I should go for a smelly but normal? That's Rathian, right? Well, that's not it. I don't know what that is. Is that Fang Beast? We're gonna find my affiliate link? I just posted it. I'll post it again. It's the Nexus page. I don't really know how it works. They pay me 20% when anyone buys a game. This looks like Nursilla. I rock? Well, I mean, thank you. What is it? That's probably like Apsaros. No! No! Well, we got a Royal Ludroth. My only guess, Morn, is they're doing that thing where they're selling the code out of Steam. So normally Steam takes 30%. They take a code, they sell it through the Nexus referral link. They pay the person selling it 20%, and then they keep 80%. That's the only math that makes sense. Does that make sense? I don't want to see a whole bunch of huns in chat. I did the math. Screw Steam. Well, you still get a Steam code. It's not like it's, I mean, you don't want a code for Epic Game Store. You found it's legal to smoke crack in public in Oregon currently? What the fuck? I'm completely down with weed being legal, but can I say this is going to make me very unpopular? I feel like you shouldn't smoke, like, in public. Like, you shouldn't be walking through a park and being, like, smelling that dank, sticky green, you know? Like, I got no problem if you smoke it in your room. I've got no problem if you're doing edibles. I maybe wouldn't even mind if you were, like, vaping in a corner, but, like, when you're just full-on smoking, like, a joint or, like, I don't know, ripping on a bong, it's just kind of annoying. Yeah, just treat it like public drinking. I think it should be legal. I mean, if people need it for whatever reason, including the reason of, I just wanted to get fucked up, I'm not going to judge. I'd way rather somebody doing weed than pretty much anything else out there. Use ritual items. Neighbor smokes outside your window? See, like, that's just not cool, man. Unless he's sharing. Gotta give you half that dime bag. There. I do this in honor of Morn, who purchased an affiliate copy of the game through the Nexus store. Thank you, Morn. There you go. Right now at Gypseros. It looks cool as a baby. Now it's wearing Gypsero's skin. You put a space. Oh, it's Diablos? What the hell? That's actually pretty good. I'm not going to use it. I just don't. As the years have gone on, guys, and I don't want to upset anyone. Well, I don't really care if I upset you. I don't like Diablos. Well, thank you, Kotsky. I really appreciate it. It's so funny when you do it because, like, virtually immediately, the website emails me and they're like, yeah, it says you just bought it. I made $5.22. That's great. Thank you very much. It's probably one of the most transparent websites I've ever seen. And, like, they pay it right to me. I mean, it goes into an account and I got to cash it out. But I like that. I like how transparent it is, you know? You know how much the streamer is going to get and all that stuff. You got Basil instead? Not a fan of that Basil, but you know what? To each their own. Dragon's Dogma 2 cost $70 in the rest of the world. Yeah, it's like one of Capcom's first $70 titles. I think RE4 HD was $70. Is that right? I mean, to be fair, they were one of the last companies to start selling games at $70. Like, games have been sold at $70 since 2020. You know, I remember Like a Dragon, the Yakuza game was selling for $70 on release.
Oh, you seem to be a force
for the next gen version.
How'd you like them apples? My whiskers are aquiver with excitement.
Indeed, it was a stirring performance. Truly, you're something more than just an average kid, whatever. Maybe this will open new possibilities in the future.
People were not for SNES games that were expensive. Well, you know, economies of scale, and then also, like, the cartridge games had, like, circuits in them.
Yeah, really?
They were more difficult to produce. There were certainly a lot less games. There were certainly a lot less good games. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure we owned a $100 copy of Chrono Trigger at one point in our lives.
Difficult to understand culture so different.
Which, like, I can't even believe. I don't understand how people afforded things back then. I think life was just more affordable.
But over time, we forgot each other.
I think Freedom Unite was probably $40 on release.
And lost contact.
So us coming here now, like this, is an opportunity, right? Now you guys can get to know each other all over again. Awesome!
Oh, maybe so, maybe so. But it won't be an easy task, Watto. The hunters...
The Guildmaster's face kind of scares me.
First of all, you must allay their fears.
Why would the hunters be afraid of us? They would just kill the monster.
I want everyone to know about my buddy here. And I want my buddy to learn about hunters, too.
Maybe that's just what it was, Amatsu. Maybe life was... I mean, housing was probably cheaper. Healthcare was cheaper.
When we are done here, you should take a look at the
groceries were cheaper?
Awesome! Thanks, Gramps!
I'm afraid that's about all I can do for you, younglings. Watto. Whether you're able to get along...
Your mom was middle class and she did not want to buy me Chrono Trigger? Fuck!
Keep it up, young rider.
You've got me with you, buddy. Nothing to worry about. All right.
I mean, I'm trying to think about... I'm a professional video game turn-up, and I'm trying to think about the amount of games I buy for $70 a year now. Rise of the Ronin? I might buy one a year. Do I have just the Iceborne expansion on my Nexus store? I don't know. Let's see. Although, to be honest with you, Condor, like... There has to be a... I think there's a sale on it right now for, like, almost nothing.
Don't underestimate us, bro.
Huh. Maybe you should go do my quest too, kid.
Huh? Another quest? Awesome!
It is up there.
Knock 'em down.
Well, my quest is pretty tough.
It should be up there.
Guys be able to handle it. Go and collect some mushrooms.
$14? Well, hold on.
Collecting mushrooms? What part of that is hard? Is this a joke?
Man, you just don't get it, do you? I'm totes serious, bruh.
No way.
You know what? It's the same price on my store as it is on Steam. So.
I told you, bro. I'm just Roberto. You just gotta go with it. Seeing is believing, you know? So, you gonna do it?
All right!
Nice one, kid. Well, I'll leave you to it then. I'm gonna go take a nap. I'm,
If you wanted...
pretty sleepy.
I'm pretty sure...
What a useless
that's the same price as it is on Steam. Let me see if it's cheaper anywhere else.
I guess I better come with you. Let's find enough mushrooms to feed a fatalis, buddy.
There's some fucking shady ass websites you can get it for $11.79, but then you got to buy it from Game Belay. And it does not activate in the US. Yeah, I wouldn't do that. Fanatical is $12.59. You could maybe save $2. But Fanatical is again another website that it's like, I don't know. I get really skeeved out by some of the third-party seller websites, you know? Some of them are fine. Like, obviously, the Humble Store is fine. You ever played any of the older Fire Emblem games? I played a lot of Fire Emblem Awakening on the Game Boy Advance. I don't think I ever beat it. I got really into the Super Robot Wars around the same time. And I did play and beat some of those. Similar genre, but a little bit different. You bought Dokapon Kingdom? Do you have anyone to play it with? I think that's what it was. Why? Hold on. Fuck you. What do you mean Keck W Awakening on GBA? Keck W. You explain that Keck W, you son of a bitch. It's a classic. The hell do you know? On 3DS? Oh, whatever. Fuck. The Seven Stones. I played Awakening on the 3DS as well. Sacred Stones. Okay, hold on now. Now I gotta put it up. Are you happy now? Is that what you want? You confused the old man. Are you proud of yourself? You big bully? How it makes you feel big and tough? I don't know how you sleep at night. I know I should be going to sleep at 8 p.m. What a disgrace, man. Biden VTuber model made for yourself? I'm not. I've never been a fan of Biden. I, at times, have respected him more than Donald Trump, but I think I hold them in about equal esteem right now. And I know that's maybe a terrible thing to say, but that's kind of how I feel right now. I feel that way because it feels like a greedy attempt to clutch at power that is depriving the American people the opportunity at democracy. Because if the Democrats had put up a different candidate that was really going to possibly beat Trump, maybe Republicans would put up another candidate other than Trump, and we could have had an actual election. Every president does participate in war crimes, I guess? This is a very controversial opinion, Turnip. But if you look at his track record, technically, Trump was less involved in international war crimes than Biden. And I'm only saying that because, like, we sure have been sending out a lot of weapons and bombs. Thanks, Shep. You're very welcome. No, I mean, he was giving Putin a rim job like every 3 months, for sure. But maybe that's what Putin needed. I don't know. I do not know. I don't know that I'll ever know. I don't know that anyone will ever know what's going on between the two of them. It's fucked. But I will definitely say, like, you know, whatever president's gonna do less war, I would rather see less war rather than more war. Everything all together, right? You know, just awful, man. We have never been in a greater state of abundance in human history. There's literally zero reason for anyone to be dying. Most parts of the world are seeing, like, population decrease. Not like we need, like, all this land or anything. Why do I have... I don't know why I have a cut clue out here. I must have brought it out. Told Ukraine not to do peace talks when they had the upper hand? Because every time we postpone peace in Ukraine, we're able to sell like another $200 billion worth of munitions that get paid for by American taxpayers for weapons that get used in a conflict. I mean, you know, the best thing to do would have been find a way to get Putin out of there off the original lines. I mean, look. I mean, I could only, you know, I don't know that I have enough education or experience to ever look at it any other way, turn up. So I try to just look at it at face value. And, you know, all I would ever wanted or say what is reasonable is just like, you know, set everything back to the way it was before 2022. You know? I'm sure there's some people that are like, we want to take back Crimea, which is reasonable, but, I mean, just stop the bloodshed, you know? How's the stream? Having a good time. Yeah, I mean, again, Adnan, like, I'm not, like I said, like, I'm 100% talking with no experience or education. Like, I just don't know. Like, I don't know enough. You know, I get the sense that Putin in his mind wants the same level of landmass as what the USSR had. Biden only won your state as a fluke because of COVID, and even then Republicans think there was cheating. I mean, the fact that they were just gonna like send it again, Golby, with Biden and think like he would waltz to victory. If you were like wealthy in the United States, you have like a lot of investments and you own a home, in the last 4 years, you might be like, things have been okay. Because you've seen your home value possibly double. You've seen your stocks go up. Food prices have gone up, but you could probably weather those anyways. Those people might be okay with another Biden presidency. A lot of people, though, you know, if you're under the age of 25 or 30, you know, you don't make much. Food has gone up a ton. That's a huge part of your paycheck. Rent has gone up. Housing is basically impossible to afford. I'm not saying they're going to go out and vote for Trump, but they're probably going to be saying, fuck it. Like, they're not going to be motivated to vote for Biden. Well, certainly there is likely a European prerogative to try and keep peace on the continent. Right, Turnip? You would think. Alas. Did you dream last night Biden announced he was stepping out of the race? Well, he came out today and he said, I'm not going to let one bad debate spoil 3.5 years of hard work. I mean, but it's like, you know, you got to look at everything in context, man. Like, let's say you had the best 3.5 years in history. You're still like, you're cooked. Like, you're done, dude. What did he do? He passed an infrastructure bill that never got fiber to my house. Like, if he got fiber to my house, I'd be out there campaigning for him. I would be out there picketing. I'd have signs. I'd have a sign in my front yard. It would be a sign that said, Biden got me fiber. No, they never finished the student loan thing. He did make medical debt not show up on your credit report, I think.
What's that? It's an Ursula!
It's just, it all comes down to this all being a repeat of... Priscilla's weak to fire. Okay, you got fire. 2016. Another not super popular Democratic candidate that thinks they will coast to victory against Donald Trump. And as a result, they barely put up any resistance. And, you know, I mean, I would say even if you love Donald Trump, even if you support Donald Trump, I think you would agree that, you know, the American people deserve the two best candidates in the country. Right? Because maybe there would be a better Democratic candidate that you'd rather vote for. I'm not saying that Trump is the Republican candidate that most Democrats want to vote for, but I mean, you know, in my time, John McCain wasn't terrible. I was happy with Barack Obama, but, you know, John McCain is okay. Could have been okay. He probably would have started so many fucking wars, though. Anything here coming in the stream? We're talking about, obviously, recent political events. We got knocked off. That's bad. Barack said Obamacare was going to be Medicare for all. He said this is going to be real easy. Medicare is going to be for everyone, and that'll be the end of it. And you know what? That would have been awesome, man. That's exactly what we needed. He's just going to murder the monster.
So, the rest is up to you.
Thanks, Roberto. Under Barack Obama, it was basically 8 years of nothing. But, you know, sometimes when you get older, you're like, maybe nothing is okay. maybe nothing would be all right. You only get Medicare for all when socialism beats capitalism? There's some fucked up backwards logic out there of some people in the Twitter sphere that says we need 4 years of fascism so that socialism could come out and beat capitalism in the United States. Which is like, what? I don't think that's how that works. But, I mean, that's why I do not spend a lot of time on Twitter. I recommend none of you spend time on Twitter. That is a theory of Marxism? Well, you know. I think Marxism probably makes a lot more sense before TikTok was invented. We've got our brains just coded and constantly pacified on a regular basis. Like my mom hears, you know, all the crazy talk and she gets worried. She's like, you know, I mean, she's not the only one, but she thinks there's a reasonable possibility of there being some war or civil war or revolution or something. And like my thing is like you got people that can barely afford rent, let alone groceries. Like you're not gonna have people. People are so beaten down by their jobs, man. Like they don't got time to take time off and start lead a revolution.
Where there's a mushroom, there's a monster.
I mean, there's no doubt, Kotsky, that Barack Obama is one of the most eloquent, charismatic modern speakers of our era. He was great. He was fun to listen to. But he had one of the most opposition Congresses and Senates in presidential history. He had 2 years to get things done, and then it was 6 years of nothing.
Slimy. This may be the end of the road for me.
Most revolutions start and the proletariat suppress the most. Look, I'm not going to say you're wrong because when it happens, you know, I may not have my little ivory tower to hide in. I'm on the ground level. I'm in a basement. You guys can come out and eat me at any point.
All right. Dig in.
Just try and stop me.
Oh, I mean, you know, Barack Obama definitely did just as many war crimes as Joseph Biden did. Now, I think the two of them together probably only equal the amount of war crimes George W. Bush did. He was like president war crimes. Trump, on the other hand, less war crimes. He had some. More just crimes.
In sync, huh? That totally
We're close to the schedule for when empires collapse. I wouldn't, you know.
Be the forest, become the beast.
Future performance is not necessarily correlated with past performance. You know what I mean? Like, you're thinking about the United States of America. I'm thinking about the S&P 500.
I was flat on my face. I thought I'd lost. Like I totally thought that was the end for me.
You know, you think those corporations are going to do anything other than find ways to maximize profit?
The sound of water flowing. I was like, whoa. The wind was my breath. The water was my blood.
Is like Roberto just talking about getting really high right now? Is this his mushrooms?
The monster had collapsed in front of me. And I had a vision.
I think it's going to be less of a collapse of an empire, Wolfen, and more of a stratification of people that had the ability to accumulate wealth and everyone else.
No different from a monster.
Because you're seeing it increasingly in the United States. Like, if you live in the Atlanta area, in Georgia, like, you may not even have the opportunity to buy a home. All the homes have been bought. They're only for rent. You can't buy a home.
Monsters give us hunters our livelihood. Can't have one without the other.
And so, you know, turning you into consumers in every way that's possible. You know, between home ownership, between media ownership,
we can be buddies after all.
Hell, car ownership. I could see all of those things in my lifetime mostly going away.
Kinship with monster stuff.
Yeah, media ownership, sure. I mean, you know, we used to buy... God, I'm going to sound so fucking old. Obviously, you can still buy Blu-rays, but like people used to have like a DVD collection. Before a DVD collection, you had a VHS collection. Now you just have whatever the streaming services give you. Now, it is totally righteous to just like rip stuff and have it downloaded. Betamax for VHS? Betamax was never that popular. Neither was like Laserdisc. You know, the amount of value you get for these subscription services are still good. But I think there is a psychological component of when you can listen to anything for free or even play anything for free.
All right, let's head
Your
over to see the
brain
ladies
makes
of the
it so
guild.
that you think
They're always
this
telling
thing
me
has
about
no
how
value.
lonely they get when I don't stop by.
I'm pretty popular.
You know,
with the
like
ladies
Game Pass
too.
games.
They
You take the
love
same
my
Game
stuff.
Pass game and own it on Steam. Like, fuck yeah!
Let's go take a look at the
I love that
festival.
game on Steam.
There might be people
But like when you
who
have
come
it for
from
free on
a
Game
writer.
Pass, you're like, ew,
No need for that. One such
Ew.
person is right here.
free now. I don't know, it might be a capitalist
It
thing,
has been
turn
a
up.
while since we last met. I am glad to see you looking well.
Yeah, you came out of nowhere. Captain, you're always turning up like this.
Whoa, she's here.
I'm just saying there used to be a value,
And to think,
at least whether it's real or not, a psychological component of like working for something, buying it, and then having your own value
when
in
I
that
first
thing.
joined the Scriveners, he assisted with a monster habitat survey.
Assistant.
You just might have a little bit more appreciation for it. I don't know, I could be wrong. I could be
Roberto,
out of
For the
base.
sake of our friendship, I have brought you a souvenir from the desert. Here, it is a conchu ornament. It is exceptionally well made. The craftsmen have captured every exquisite detail.
You know, obviously the media is identical. Whether you've got a vinyl of Tool
Don't come any closer.
or you've got an album from Tool off the internet, you know, it's still the same.
Oh, Roberto, how delightfully
That's, I don't know,
amusing.
something tangible.
I see that
It's
you
got to
have
be.
not
You know what it
changed in the
is?
slightest.
It's probably like the same
You
thing
must
with
be
boomers
Lydia's
and
friend.
cars.
She is well and working very hard in our employ.
Boomers in our country fucking love their cars, man. Like, it's like part of their identity.
So why are you here, Captain?
I require your assistance. Roberto.
Man, I love that they have voiced dialogue so I can completely space out and rant about other things while the game is doing its own thing.
Explain yourself, Roberto.
Can't hide anything from you, huh? Lately, the Babda rainforest has been all weird.
That's
The
funny.
trees and the river, they're weirdly quiet. There are fewer monsters.
Oh, thank you, Figments of Fiction. Yeah, I'm sorry about the ads, but
I've been keeping my ear
for
to
a
the
while
ground.
at least, we were kind of giga hemorrhaging subscriptions, which I don't think is bad because like that's just like
Go with
life.
it. You know,
But,
seeing is believing or whatever.
You know, people are struggling out there, but the ads have kind of helped make up for the subscriptions.
What is more,
Need another Hell Wheel revival?
I
Maybe.
believe that all of this could be connected. The hunters have assembled and are forming parties in order to investigate the problem. Roberto, Ryder, I require your assistance.
Looking at the breakdown now.
A paw is a paw. You can leave it to us.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll show you just how
I mean, I
this
think we had a
works.
lot of people that gifted subs, so it's different, but sometimes ads will surpass paid subs. Records and old school tapes sound way better than new recording sources. I saw a guy talking about it on YouTube, and he said that like modern mixing methods just kind of like make everything sound too perfect. Ads surpass subs. I'm telling you. I mean, the way I look at it, ad 9 is, life's expensive. I mean, I just spent over an hour ranting about how expensive life is if you're under the age of 25 or 30. Not that $5 is a lot of money, but I get it. Like, you need to pay your rent first. You need to get your groceries second. You can only be so lucky to throw an internet clown $5 a month. So just, watch the stream. And if you gotta block ads, No problem. Or, you know, you could watch on, YouTube. Why do you think age has to do with how expensive living is? I mean, it's just your cycle in your life. You know, if you're, let's say, hypothetically, you are 40 years old now. Hypothetically speaking. I'm not 40, so it's not me. But let's say you are 40. You graduated college around the mid-2000s. College tuition was cheaper. You went through the Great Recession, but you still had an opportunity to get a career and get a house when housing prices and interest rates were still low. You know, if you're 25 right now, you know, you weren't buying a house 4 years ago. You were 21. You know, 25, like, you probably have over $100,000 in student loans. You're just starting your job. And now the average housing price is like $400,000? Some bullshit like that? It's night and day, man. Now, if you're 40 and you just, you know, you did nothing for, you know, the last 20 years, you know, it's your life, it's your prerogative. If you missed that ride, that sucks. But, you know, by the same token, you could have looked at somebody that was a boomer that never invested and never bought a home, and, like, you'd be like, well, that's really fucked up. And there are a lot of boomers out there that did not buy a house and did not invest, and they are fucked. Right now, you know, they had arguably the best economy in the history of the world. They did nothing with it. A starting house? Well, I mean, you know, some people do really, really well in their careers and some don't. I mean, I would say most people turn up. They just get a house and they're good. But, you know, I mean, there for a while there were cheaper houses that you could buy. Maybe something like $200,000 or cheaper. And then once you built that equity and saved up enough money, 15 or 20 years later, you can get into a more expensive house. That's reasonable in this country. I don't know. Paid $93,000 for your house at the age of 23. I'm happy for you. That's awesome. That's great news. 2019, yeah. I bought my house in the 2010s as well. What made the boomer economy goated? All of the dysregulation, all the deregulation, all that other shit. If you own stock in companies, they got like giga-goated. And then beyond that, you could buy a house for nothing. And it like went up value by like 20 times. And then if you wanted a college education, you just didn't bother paying back your student loans. And if you wanted a job, you didn't need a college education. You just like walked in and gave a firm handshake. I mean, tell me when to stop. I'm not saying they didn't have their problems. There was the oil crisis. Most of the house is giga screwed on housing. I mean, a lot of it is. Some countries have it okay. Not for good reasons, but you can buy a house in Japan right now for like $20,000. No, China has over 90% housing ownership. I was just talking about that earlier. Great investments for sweat equity. I'll tell you, Kodsky, I did buy and resell a house once. We fixed it up. We sold it. But for me, man, that's way too much of a pain in the ass. I would never do that again. That's just me personally. Do I just keep using you? How often do you use your fire attack? Guys, I don't want to say it. I feel like Yan Kutku kind of sucks. Do you suck? I'm going to pull Lagambi out. We're going to see how he does. Smelly and quite heavy. That's a Diablos egg. He might have a good gene. We'll just take it for the genes. I don't want to use him, though. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, Adenine. I mean, you know, being a capitalist pig, I, of course, support free markets up to a certain point, but education, healthcare, and housing should all be, like, heavily monitored and regulated by the government to make sure everybody has access to it. You know what I mean? Do I like stories? I mean, it's my second time playing through it. We played it through it on the stream on the 3DS. Stories 1 better than 2? I think it is. You'll hear arguments on both sides. Baby gamers, I'm not calling you a baby gamer. Baby gamers like 2 better. If you think in your mind, like do a deep reflection on who you think of a baby gamer is right now, they might like 2 better. I'm a baby gamer? Well, then I'm a fluke in this case, because I don't like 2 better than 1. I still like it. It's still good. I'd still recommend it, but 1 is just better. You know, the hard part was Kodsky is like, I did a lot of like the financial management for it and such. And I even helped make sure we got good contractors, but my partner, who was supposed to be better at managing the contractors, wasn't very good. And the contractors themselves were kind of shit. So somehow we got through it without losing money. But fuck. You know what I mean? Fuck. Do it myself? Well, I'm sorry, man. I will say, as somebody who has worked in finance before, though, I think where a lot of people fail in the sort of flipping thing isn't the sweat equity. It's they fuck up the finances. I've seen that a lot more than anything else. So we were able to grasp victory from the jaws of defeat by not overextending. But I wouldn't want to do it again. It's just not, it's too much. I still think, you know, we did a service. We took a house that was unlivable and we made it livable. Person who bought it, it's not like they overpaid either. I mean, it was a fair price. Your wife asked what a baby gamer is? So don't get it twisted. Baby gamers are not people that are bad at games. Baby gamers are people that complain about games because they refuse to learn about the game. He refinanced, used the money in other things? Banks used to advertise people to do that all the time, Amatsu. They used to be like, oh, don't you want to go on vacation to Disney? Refinance your house. We took like, I forget how much it was exactly, like a $60,000 or $70,000 home, Adenine. And we got it up to over 100. So we're talking about relatively low numbers. What am I doing? Hopefully he dies here. I wasn't paying attention. Because the hard part is like, say somebody else wanted to move into that home. you could buy the house, but like you may not be able to get the money to fix it up. This is the part where like I might be talking out my ass. Like maybe I'm part of the problem, but you know, some people can't just buy a house and then get an extra like 30 or 40,000 home improvement loan on top of it to get it the way they like it. Unfortunately, some people can. I watched a video of a guy today who bought a house recently for like $100,000 that is literally stacked on rocks for a foundation. Like it is a rock foundation. But he's okay with that because he's going to be able to fix it up. And that's fine. I mean, I wouldn't, like I said, we didn't lose money and that's all. By the end of it, I'm like, I just don't want to lose money. We made a little bit of money and that was it. And that was fine. But I'm like, it's too much of a pain in the ass. I don't want to do this anymore. Bro, I've seen videos of some trucks selling for over $100,000. How is that possible? She does a lot of speed. Speaking of speed, should we do Zenless Zone Zero at some point? See some really nice and some really shitty houses. I bet. You need your drops? I'll see what I can do. I have a sponsorship for it, so don't leave. You have to stay. Don't leave. It's a MiHoYo game, so we can spend the rest of the stream talking about how much we like China. Well, like Kotsky, I heard a lot of the work trucks now like have little micro beds. Like they're not actually good for work trucks, no? Is that not true? Am I making that up? I don't know if it can support China as long as it supports Russia. I've heard that there's a picture out there of Putin and Kim Jong-un and like someone's getting a gnarly ass car. I'm sure that pissed you off. Not recently. I missed that news day. If I were to buy another car, the car I would want the most is one of those like little Japanese work trucks. But I don't know if they're legal in my state. But that's all I need. Yeah, a little K truck. I'm gonna get this one, I think. Well, that one's a spider. Right? That's a bug. Look at the spider. I wish I could be targeting things better, but nope. I feel like they're getting regulated against because the car companies don't want people buying these cheap imports. I don't think they're any more dangerous than any other car on the road. Not really, and like whatever, it's you're taking your own risk. We were gonna save? What was that, like 4 hours of stories? I didn't spend like more than 5 minutes talking about the game. I spent the whole time just ranting. Don't leave. Got a sponsorship. We're gonna try and do it. I don't know if it's gonna work or not. We're gonna try it. How many people need to be here? I only give passes for 10 people. The rest of you gotta stay. Well, there's a lot of people in this category. Nobody's watching stories. You and Oxel will be here? I understand. Well, I guess I should probably get an image for switching over the YouTube stream, huh? Did Oxel leave? Somebody ping him. Thanks for streaming today. You're welcome. I had a nice 2-day holiday. I'm definitely taking tomorrow off as well. I can keep my normal hours. But we'll be back on Sunday too. We've still got another couple hours of stream. The stream's not over. I know. Morin really wanted me to stream on Saturday. It wouldn't be a vacation if I just work an extra day anyways. Just making sure I'm logged in. It's downloading resources. Bastard. This is the game they said that, oh shit, hold on. Didn't I need to start? Fuck! Don't you need to be like in, administrator mode or something? Well, what the hell am I going to do now? There's got to be another way to do it. Maybe window? Okay, you can do it as a window capture. What is this game's problem? It's constantly like loading things. I just want to dox my email. Just log me in. I pushed all the buttons.
We interrupt your regular programming for this breaking news. A companion hollow has suddenly appeared on 14th Street and has already breached level 3 containment. The Hollow Investigative Association has dispatched a team to the scene to carry out emergency protocols. Evacuation of residents in nearby blocks is underway. Please stay away from the 14th Street area.
Wise, come check this out.
I'm working on the title. We're doing it.
14th Street. I think the news mentioned it earlier. Give me a sec.
Yeah, in the Janus quarter. They say it's already breached the level 3 controls.
Yeah. Public security were conducting a manhunt over there today. Evacuations may not be going as expected.
How are people liking it so far?
We should get ready. We'll be seeing some business
Like,
coming
compared to Genshin? Oh, I don't know if I like the guy or the girl more. Is his name Wise? Do they have the same specials? I think the girl's pretty cute. I wish they just let you change whenever you felt like.
Cool. Now we play the winning game.
Oh, they're both just vibing as well, and that's good. I guess I should probably change the YouTube stream. YouTube, I'm going to murder you right now. You'll be back shortly.